All right, sorry for the slightly late start compared to the other Nier Replicant streams. I got up a little late, and I really wanted to have a shower and have some food. So I'm still chewing. Actually, I just finished my food, but breakfast seemed important. I haven't had a coffee though, but I'm drinking a Coke Zero. Hashtag not sponsored. At what point does like saying hashtag not sponsored ironically just become free sponsorship? For a weeb streamer, you stream really bad time for Japan. Just move. It's worth it. Just finished Uncharted 4 last night. I did not know Nadine was voiced by Laura Bailey. What the fuck? I didn't know that either, really. I didn't really pay much attention to voice actors and actresses until I started streaming, so excuse me. Just say you're drinking a nondescript soda. If they sponsor you can say the brand name. I wonder how much money I could get for that. Alright, so we're gonna sit on the main menu for at least 5 minutes because I don't want to do this lately, but we are going into the next route and it might start off with like a new story. So I'm just gonna wait until we get more people here. And I did get a McDonald's sponsorship once. That was well. Yeah, I saw that. I hope you got paid really well for that because it was kind of embarrassing. What gets wetter as it dries? Steak. Did you hear Mouse finish Kingdom Hearts 2 last night? I did not. How'd it go? I legitimately think he did it for a bit. The bit being money. A towel. Ah, yeah, a towel does get wetter as it dries, doesn't it? Thank you, Alchemy7. Alchemy for 31 months with the Joms. Thank you very much. Thank you, Happy Kirby for the bits. Hey Joe, did you hear that NL? What's all this NL talk lately? Did you hear NL is getting laser hair removal? You get NL's librarian on one of your events, and suddenly everyone just wants to talk about NL. Did you hear that NL is getting laser hair removal done on his back? Maybe he can finally be balder than you. Oh, really? I wonder if it itches. I have very sensitive skin, although maybe I don't. Maybe I just have sensitive skin when I'm on the G. I don't know. Would I get laser hair removal done? Where would I want to get it done? Oh, there. Yeah. Maybe there too? Yeah, maybe a couple places. She immediately came up with an excuse to do the next Kingdom Hearts games. It was so peak. Everywhere but the scalp hair is so annoying. I like having facial hair. I also like having chest hair. I also like having armpit hair. We're getting kind of gross now, sorry. I like having hair in some places. I like having leg hair. I like having arm hair. The back hair there. I do not like having back hair. Yeah, I would remove my back hair if I could. Yeah, but I don't have much back hair. I like having eyebrows. Yeah. How do you enjoy having pit hair? What the fuck? I don't know. I feel like it would be weird to not have it. Sorry to be sexist, but do a lot of men remove their armpit hair now? Not that there's anything wrong with that if you do. I'm just curious. Is that something that the next generation does? Or do they just complain about it and not remove it? You smell less? Do you? I think Muslims are encouraged to. Really? Body hair traps odors. But the odors have to go somewhere. So is it like your long distance smell is increased a little bit, but your short distance smell is better? What do you mean next gen? Next generation of people. They pass through you like neutrons? Neutrinos? The future man is hairless? Shaved is meta? Well, you know me, I never play meta shit, so it's fine. I almost told a very embarrassing personal story about myself that I should not say on stream. Maybe late night Q&A one day. I will tell the story of a time that I shaved something when I was like 16 and it did not go well. Oh my god, that was such a horrible experience. Thank you to Sheet Com for the 20 months. Thank you very much for the joms. Thank you. Thank you Goonlight Gape Sword for the bits. I'm a meme now and I'm a meme now, Aerie. I'm 6'7", All right, there you go. I'm a meme now. Say it politely. I think I just did say it politely, yeah. Noob ass shaving seems to be nightmarish according to some stories. Noob ass shaving, you say? Yeah. How should you handle that as a parent? I think, is it just a rite of passage that people have to go through on their own? But like, how do you like approach that with a child so they do something safely? Maybe they just, I don't know. Maybe you just have to let them do that. Paramount not to send 300 bits. Now that I sent you bits, you're contractually obligated to tell a story. Yeah, but not right now, all right? Not right now. Learn to drive today because I'll be a lot more independent finally. Any overlook tips? I don't know how to drive, so you can't ask me. Yeah. I got into an argument with the doctor once when I was being diagnosed with narcolepsy because she thought I was faking it to score drugs, even though the test showed that I had narcolepsy. And she was like, if you go through this, you won't be able to drive. I'm like, I don't even have a driver's license. And this like blue screened her head. She was like, oh, you'll lose your license. I don't have one. Yeah. I think I could probably drive. I don't know if they would let me. I should probably go figure it out and see. I shouldn't just assume that they wouldn't let me. There are some narcoleptics and get a license. Did somebody say Martin Luther? Fucking hell. Boys have no idea what girls go through. What's my favorite movie? It's gotta be easy. It's gotta be Drive, starring Ryan Gosling. Seriously, you never seen the movie Drive with Ryan Gosling? It's only one of the best films ever made. Oh, nothing on Netflix is good. Well, as a matter of fact, I just happen to have a copy of Ryan Gosling's hit 2011 film Drive here on Blu-ray. Let me just pop in the player and let's watch. Followed by... Peasants have no idea what arts go through. My favorite theologist? Well, it has to be Martin Luther, of course. He has some truly fascinating things to say about the Church of Sale of Indulgences. Andreas, you went to University of Erfurt? Surely you must have met Martin Luther. Have you read his 95 Theses Against the Church? Getting tired of Matthew? Well, I just happen to brought a copy of Martin Luther's 95 Theses Against the Church right here. You can read this to us instead. We need a new one. We need a third one. What could the third one be? Don't bring up ass in front of the ass eaters. Can Drive have a marble? I don't think we should have marbles for things I've already seen, and unfortunately, I've already seen Drive. So we should remove the Cowboy Bebop marble. I've only seen the live-action Cowboy Bebop. I saw the first 5 or 6 episodes, and I thought it was okay. Had some good moments, had some really bad moments. I like the shower bit. Look at all the people in chat who haven't even watched the show, who thinks that it was unwatchable and horrible just because the internet told them to. Fucking sheeple. Listen to what's being said. I'm not saying it's a great show. I'm just saying that I watched some of it and I thought it's okay. Like I'm having an okay time. Had some good parts. Some parts I laughed at. There was one ending to an episode that I thought, okay, that was pretty good. But the rest of it is like, you know what? This is kind of cringy and like whatever. Like yeah, it was okay. People don't know what bad shows really are. Can one of the Kingdom Hearts games that's just a cutscene compilation get a marble? Does that exist? Is that real? I have 1 million Mon coins. Will there ever be anything to spend them that isn't related to anime? I don't know. Maybe it's going to be some sort of game marbles that we can sell at some point. How is the writing in Chuck? Kind of similar, actually. Chuck can be really cringy and be a little bit too much of the nerd culture. I have no idea how much it's aged. Maybe it hasn't aged all that well. I don't know, but it had some good moments. But like it was just like an okay, turn your brain off, fun show to watch. That sometimes would be funny, sometimes it wouldn't be. Yeah, it also has a really hot Australian blonde in it, so that's for me. But Chuck is like 15 years old now, isn't it? So I have no idea what it's like now. Yeah, I like shows like that. It's a cozy spot. Yeah, it shouldn't exist. They should have used the resources they used making that into something new. Wow. The weebs are really sensitive about this. Yeah, I remember this is a story I love to tell. When I said on Twitter that the Cowboy Bebop live action was okay or whatever, I had people adding me on Discord servers that I had joined. Just when I first joined Discord, there was like different YouTubers and different communities. I'm like, I'll just join a couple of those. I was invited to some. I had people adding me on different servers I had never spoken to, calling me slurs. That's how mad people were that they were seeing if I was on a Discord community that they could insult me. And yeah, usually it was the F slur for some reason, but yeah. So don't be like that, chat. Don't be like that. When should we redeem the editor mod marbles so they're in time for the race? I don't know. We can do it right before if we want to have some last read-throughs before they're added to, or we could do it when we read through the other ones finally, which we're probably going to do tomorrow. Maybe we'll do it tomorrow. Why that one? I have no idea. Why do people pick the slurs that they do? I am not a slur enjoyer myself, so I have no idea about the mentality. Never have been, really. Even in edgy teen phase. Don't know why. When is the marble race after Metaphor starts? Probably at some point during the Metaphor playthrough we'll do the marble race, yeah. Oh, sorry. I don't want to, what I just said, I don't want to present myself as some pristine bastion of morality and humanity. I have done and said some really fucked up things in my life, okay? Like, I am not someone to aspire to, especially in my early years, okay? It's just that there's certain things that some people do when they're young that are really, like annoying and cringy, and I just happen not to have done that one, okay? Like yeah. Yeah, I don't want to, like, try and push myself as, like, this, like, oh, I was always such a great person. Like no, obviously not. Still I'm not in some ways, yeah. Okay, let's get started. Okay, we're going to Route C, I think. Which we have to just end with all the weapons, I believe.
Whenever I interacted with Kaine, I was reminded about something from my past. Maybe my mind has been confusing her with my sister this whole time.
Can I pause cutscenes?
Anyway.
Did we find that out? Small marbles don't get lost in my list if you start going on making a sell sheet with everyone's picks. Still don't know what they got. Oh, still don't know they got him. Yeah, sure. If you want to do that, yeah. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. That can't hurt. Head lies a deep dream of dark past and beautiful tragedy. Delve into Kaine's memories. So the fact that it's giving me a choice to do this makes me think that it is unchanged. So I want to say no. I do not want to read the solo again. But unless someone tells me, like, is it changed? Do you want me to do it or no? You can skip it? Okay. Nice that it's giving me a choice. I wonder if it's going to do the same at the tree. I'm sorry, Mouse, by the way.
The beast approaches.
Oh, I know.
That could not have gone better. Holy shit.
I'm not gonna let this happen again. It dies today.
Oh, can I understand what it's saying when it's growling or no?
Sword feels lighter.
The sword feels lighter.
The blade with the skill of the user. Strike it down.
Kaine should be dressed as A2, not 2B. A2's personality fits Kaine better. 2B is too tame now. I like the hypothetical there is nipper, not lingerie. Yeah, it's horrible to go through, huh?
Kaine, you gotta live! You gotta come back to us!
Oh, hey. Emil, you were the one calling me, weren't you?
You still recognize me?
You can see through the blindfold?
Of course. I knew you right away.
Thank you, Kaine.
Welcome back, Kaine.
Oh shit, sorry. Oh no!
How long has it been?
5 years.
Wait, no, you grew up?
Shit. That's a long time.
Oh, did I cut it out when I had it on outside out?
Any luck with Yona?
We are still no closer to finding her. We need a way to locate the Shadowlord.
Why is Kaine 2B? Root C's weird, I don't know. Let's see how it develops on it. Yeah, it must be for a reason.
By the way, this is for you.
Is that a lunar tear?
It's not as good as your grandmother's, but I tried.
No, it's great. Thank you.
It's not that Kaine can see through her blindfold. She can smell his non-shaved armpits. Oh, okay, so this is what we're gonna do for a while, huh? Okay, alright. Alright, cool.
Emil's unflagging kindness. Our reunion was a happy one, and we let it wash over us like rain. That is, until Devola and Popola had to go and ruin it all.
Today's bit is armpits.
Are you kidding me? You can't be serious.
Please try to understand. People are tired and scared, and I'm sorry. I'm sorry you have to bear the brunt of that.
I hate these two. I hate these two as well. Yeah, these two are the true villains of the story, as far as I'm concerned right now. I viscerally hate Devola and Popola, but I don't know if I should hate them or I should just hate the person who wrote them. Is shampoo overrated? I don't think so. I enjoy shampoo. I enjoy conditioner now too as well. I would like to know, although, do I want to know? I guess I want to know. Is this route like the exact same thing that we did yesterday, except at the very end, if you have all the weapons, you get another option? Because that's what it said in the tooltip. Because if it's the exact same, I'm going to be skipping through it, literally.
I didn't get much sleep that night.
More or less?
For the first time in my life, I hated Devola. For the first time in my life, I doubted Popola.
There's some small subtle differences, but you can mostly skip through.
Those feelings are pointless in the end.
Okay, let's see if I can skip through some of the stuff that I have to read then, but we can watch the rest of the stuff.
They said and did what they did for the sake of the village. To protect it from the horror of the Shades.
I've been thinking about this since yesterday, and I think it's a really interesting experience, but I'm not sure if I'm fully on board with what it's trying to do. It seems like a
Really, how can I blame
very
Devola and Popola?
naive, almost childlike approach to morality, and I wonder
I'm
if
just as bad,
that is also the point.
because I never once stopped to think about Kaine and Emil's situation myself. I should apologize to Kaine and Emil.
It's not about morality. It's about how he makes you feel. I think that the morality of what's happening is informing how I feel, though. Wait, is the sun setting? It looks like it, doesn't it?
Weird.
I don't think that can happen.
I'm so happy to get to talk to you again, Kaine.
Yeah, me too.
I tried everything I could think of to save you, you know. I polished you with a special cloth. I poured warm water over you.
I put 2B's outfit on you.
Wait, you poured water on me?
Yeah, but it didn't really do much except make you all shiny.
I got some you can go back to be a normal kid vibes, but if Mouse likes this game and determined to keep an open mind, aw, Mouse cleansed the well.
Hey, so why don't you tell me something about yourself?
I'm not very interesting. Sorry.
Holy shit.
Come on, I just want to know you better.
Fine. This all happened when I was a kid, before the whole shade possession thing. My body is different. And when the villagers found out about it, they started treating me like a freak.
What does she mean that her body is different? If the bodies are 3D printed, was there like a mistake when they printed her or something? There was that line about like why are you pretending to be a girl?
But one person, my grandmother, accepted me just as I was.
It could just be bullies being bullies.
No matter how bad things got, she gave me the strength to keep going.
She's really special to you, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, hey! That gives me an idea. Since we cured your petrification, we should start looking for a way to cure your possession in my body. I know we can do it if we all work together.
He still hasn't figured it out, huh? Well, you know, I have theories. It's just that when it comes to, especially topics like this, I don't like to speculate too much because it's a sensitive issue, you know what I mean? Like, I don't want to just throw myself into the ring of speculation when it comes to that sort of thing.
Heck, it'll probably be super easy.
Let me guess. More warm water?
Okay, can we just forget I told you about that?
Do you think the wife will scene? I never realized she always sleeps outside will lead to anything. Currently, because of consequences, slowly discovering empathy. I think it's a little bit that, yeah. But like, it also already came to something where he's like, I'm gonna start sleeping outside with you. Sometimes I mute the microphone when I need to burp, and
Sleep well.
I live in constant fear of the day that I don't hit the button strong enough.
Sure.
We don't need to do the book again, right? The diary? Why do we have the wrong sword on? The new squirrel. Ooh. Alright, so let's see what everyone else looks like, and also let's see what Kaine looks like as A2. Because I think A2 fits Kaine's personality way more, but I'm not gonna keep them in the outfits. I think we should just play with the original outfits. I'm a purist when it comes to this sort of thing. All right, A. Should we put everyone else in? Oh, Emil doesn't get one. Okay. Type S. Oh, like 9S. Okay. Just make an obscenely loud fake burp once. Conquer your fear still. I can make myself burp forever. It's not a very nice talent, but I can just like, you know, just make that happen. Forever? Yeah. Yeah. I think I can just swallow air and then just like burp it up again. Yeah. Oh, that looks nice. Feels good at release pressure. Being a dad and realizing how much like a baby might, holy fuck, a baby might be upset when there's a burp trapped in their tummy made me realize it's important for adults to do that too. Yeah, that suits her much more, right? Oh, wasn't A2's thing that her outfit was like pretty much painted on? Yeah, that suits her much more than 2B. I don't know if it suits her, period, but it suits her way more than 2B. Alright, let's keep it on until we get to the next save file, and then I'll switch over. Oh, we have to talk to Devola and Popola. The new game for the Fury devs just came out. Yeah, I saw Cairn. It's about climbing a mountain. Yeah. Is it multiplayer or single player? I would say that I would play anything by the game makers after Fury, but I didn't even play their next game because it didn't look like my thing. But I've always wanted to. Just haven't got it together just yet. Cairn has been out for a week, and I think it's something else. I think you're thinking of something else. Yeah, maybe there was a demo out for a while. Maybe that's what you're thinking of. It just came out today.
Sorry about yesterday. I shouldn't have lost my temper like that.
You don't need to apologize. Anyone would be upset when their friends are hurting.
Okay, why are you so reasonable when you're not in the Shadowlord's castle?
Let Emil and Kaine know that we're sorry, alright?
Alright.
Apropos of nothing, have you heard of the condition called retrograde cricothyroideus dysfunction, RCPD for short? It's a condition that means you lack the ability to burp. Fuck. That sounds awful. With the intention of being as gross as possible, chat, sometimes when you have like a really, really intense stomach pain, it's just air trapped in your stomach and your intestines. That can happen sometimes. Sometimes you can have a lot of relief by like laying flat on your back and actually like rolling your fingers into your intestines, like from side to side, going a little bit lower each time, like you're rolling out toothpaste if air gets trapped in your intestines. It can have a lot of relief. It can be severely painful for some people. Like I need to go to the hospital painful. Like I think I'm dying painful. Like yeah, it's no joke. On Monday I was told I have severe apnea. Most likely gonna have to sleep with an oxygen mask. But you have shaved pits, so like you know it's a trade-off that some things in your life are good, some things in your life are bad.
You're just trying to protect the villagers.
It's very kind of you to say so. Regardless, please don't let it trouble you.
I'm sorry about your sleep apnea. The sleep mask is not a fun thing. Maybe some people can tank it better than I could, though. No, I don't. Oh, were you not the person? Now I thought you were a person instead of earlier. Now I just look like a psychopath. I'm sorry. Can we all just put the Hornet Hollow Knight badge next to your name in chat if you have shaved pits and don't have it if you don't, just so I can like understand which faction everyone's in, so I don't make this mistake again?
But the bridge that
it would just really help me out.
So take a boat.
A boat?
Yes. The canal's finally been repaired.
Fucking unhinged as fuck.
It took a lot longer than expected.
What about the RuneScape faction? What about them? What if I don't have the badge? I'm not allowed to shave. Sorry. Those are the rules.
That should make it easy.
Joe, you can't unshave my pits. Alright, this bit's done. I'm putting a cork in it. Both sides went a little unhinged. Now unshave me.
The path above the entrance to the shopping district should lead to the boat landing.
Both sides. Yeah, you have two.
The faster we can move, the faster we can save Yona. Let's use it as often as we need.
Have you seen Popola, Devola, and Emil are in Automata? Any idea why that was? I'm curious why Kaine and Weifels aren't in Automata. I don't know. They're the replicants and they live forever, or in some way, like there is like a nod back to this, and I don't know. Yeah, I barely remember them, to be honest. Emil's not in it much, isn't Emil? Like is in like a traveling golf cart or whatever, and sells you things. And I remember him having like a different voice. Nah, it's the same voice. Is it really? Okay, I don't remember very well then. Yeah, wouldn't we spoil you if you don't recall Automata that much? Automata. I don't know. It's fine. Like I've already played it. Just because I forgot something doesn't mean it needs to be like I don't want spoilers of it anymore. Okay, I know this is boring for some of you, but I just prefer to have like the default outfits on people, unless like the outfit changes are like variations of the main outfit. Just feels like the best tone. There's a lot of story Emil between Replicant and Automata. There's also a lot of story for Automata that I don't know because of the stage play. I'm not even making a joke. Like the stage play and the comic book or whatever. Like there was a lot of supplemental material that chat at the time really wanted me to read and consume before making a video on Automata, and they were so obnoxious about it that I just said, fuck it, I'm not doing the video then. I'm not doing all that shit. Yeah. It wasn't Chima who will be obnoxious about it though, but like that was like one of Bobby's first clashes with chat and left a really bad taste in my mouth. I wonder if people back then wanted me to play this as well. I wonder if that was part of it.
Oh yeah, huh? Congrats.
Nowadays, would you check those things out for video? Depends on how I feel about the project, but sometimes no. Like, I'm not even reading 2 of the Witcher books for the Witcher 3 video, because I don't think it's worth it, and also I think it might be a detriment rather than a benefit. What do you mean we're updating the ass? Ass Nexus mod, yeah?
Anyway.
We don't want Metaphor to fall flat. Where are we going? Here, right? Like, just because we're naming our character Pancake doesn't mean that we want to see pancakes. Just want the cake. Huh. That's kind of weird that when, like, difference between pancake and cake. English is bad. I don't like it. Let's learn a better language. You should have that mod and never acknowledge it. It would be so funny. Like I did for Resident Evil 4. That was a fun time. But man, I got a couple compliments about that name, playing Arc Raiders. Fun fact, the ass models were found in the files, so it was changed at some point, which also resulted that a texture on the ass is also broke. So it's more of a fix than an update. Alright, I like it. Curiouser and curiouser. I bet $40 that Joe's gonna enjoy Metaphor's plot. Who you, putting the bet up against? Huh, where are the enemies? Is that only later? Easiest $40 since, oh, okay, well, Chad is being funny today, okay. We do the mega gambling stream for monocoins? I can't think of a way to do it. Should we just spin wheels for an hour? God damn it. Are you fucking serious? Yokotaro laughing in the chat. Suddenly that the elevators don't reset in Dark Souls criticism is falling a little flat, huh? Falling a little Hulkenberg. What was the last Missandre's game that you've played? Umineko. By the way, can we know why you chose to play Metaphor first while Persona 3 Reload? You keep saying you want to play Persona 5 Golden on stream as well. Just curious, by the way, Joe. Persona 5 Royal? Because it's new. Like, I want to play it, but I'd rather play a new game. And when we were in Persona 3, more people seemed to want me to play Metaphor than Persona 5 Royal. Metaphor Fixes This became a big meme of that playthrough. And if we play Persona 5 Royal, then it's, you know, maybe Strikers, and it's a big commitment. You're planning to play Royal before 4 Remake, right? Yeah, for sure. Maybe by the time we play Persona 5 Royal and then the Persona 4 Remake, they'll have remade Persona 3, but properly this time. And then we can just go through the remakes in the same order that we played the originals. That'd be fun. Strikers is so ass. Is it? But I don't know. This is like maybe a take that Louise would agree with, actually. There's something comfy about that friend group that makes me just not give a shit. Like, I would just like to spend more time with just seeing those characters interact with each other. Like, that's one of the rare times that I actually enjoy the slice of life. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like they did the slice of life stuff the best in 5. Even though I might like some of the other casts more if they did it at that quality, there's just something really tedious about the slice of life in 4. 3 has a really good foundation. They just squander it. I think if they remade like those 3 games with like actual purpose and everything, and they did their best, but they still have to work with that foundation, I think 3 could be the best. Seriously. It would need a lot of additions, but 3 has the most potential out of all of those 3. It's fucking angering that they remade it and they barely made any changes.
Not your garden variety shades.
The pacing on 3 is glacial, man. Yeah, some might even say it's glacial, and the glacial pacing is really glacial when the glacial pacing is being like a glacier. Yeah, I agree, and that would be something that would have to be changed. Yeah. Persona 6 will fix everything. Why aren't we getting Persona 6? I wonder if OC is a metaphor. Ooh. Maybe metaphorical OC? It's because of Mousy Joe. You don't like metaphor because Mousy poisoned the well. I enjoyed this game for 15 hours. This way. Oh, let's go kill the guy. Oh shit. We are really powerful. God damn. If they didn't make Metaphor, we might have had Persona 6 at this point. Yeah, if they didn't make Starfield, we might have had Elder Scrolls 6, yeah. I want developers to feel the freedom to do something new. It's just like, I don't understand, like, why can't you do both? Like, as the studio is expanding, I'm really bad at business. I don't know anything about it, so I'm just talking on my ass right now, so you should really just ignore me. But like, it's really frustrating when a bunch of like developers, studios have like a property that should just be like always ongoing, and then you expand with a different team or into something new at the same time, and you just do that instead of like, oh, like no Elder Scrolls game for fucking like 20 years, no Witcher game for 10 years, no Persona game for 10 years and counting. It's really frustrating. Excuse me. Let's see, Dark Souls 2. Dark Souls 2 wasn't horrible though. Like, I'm happy Dark Souls 2 exists. FromSoft ironically does it quite well, I think. FromSoft iterates and fails quite quickly. Like the concept of fail faster. They succeed more than they fail, but I feel like they learn a lot of lessons from making their games pretty quickly. You know, they don't learn all their lessons, but I'd rather have something new. I think we can have both, is what I'm saying, but maybe not. How do you feel about Rockstars? I really wish I was one. Seems like a fun life. I've never really played a Rockstar game, so I can't really talk about that. I don't know how I feel about GTA or whatever. Will you be playing GTA 5 or GTA 6? I don't think so. I don't have to, do I? Like they're standalone.
Just kick him aside.
Are they not? Is GTA 6 a direct sequel to GTA 5? I honestly don't want every studio to make the same one hit forever. This stretch should only be focused on these franchises that didn't do well, so the Katamari devs get it. I don't think it needs to be the same hit forever. Like the games can be very different. Like Witcher 1, Witcher 2, Witcher 3 are very different games. Witcher 4 can be a different game too. I would just like there to be another Witcher game by now. I feel like that's something that people want. Same with Elder Scrolls. Like it's like the Elder Scrolls games are very, very different, and I would like to see development on the idea because I'm not sick of them. I'm not tired of them. There is a world where I'm sick of it and tired of it, yeah. And I think unironically, FromSoft did this really well with like, okay, people are getting a little bit of a Dark Souls fatigue. Let's do Sekiro. Let's do Bloodborne. These are the same kind of games but different. Let's do Elden Ring, which is basically Dark Souls 4, 5, and 6, but still different enough that it stands out on its own. I think that's a good idea. Like we can do that, and you could say that maybe they did that with Starfield. The problem was Starfield sucked. So I don't know. We haven't got a new Fallout game. Like they're behind on Fallout games too. Like for Fallout 5. Where's Fallout 5? Fallout 76 is just like whatever. Don't the devs get sick of it eventually? Yeah, maybe. But I'm sure there's a lot of people that would like kill to be involved in making one of those games. Like people are there. More people, more trouble. Yeah, it's probably a budget like organizational thing that I don't really understand the problems with. Yeah. That's why I started this with like I'm talking on my ass. I'm not business minded. I hate anything to do with business. I dislike having anything too involving with money. It's really, really irritating to me. In a perfect world, I would have someone that I could just say, just deal with this for me, please. I don't want to have to do it. Like if I ever had a video game company, I would probably just hire someone to just do all that menial bullshit that I don't want to do. Even calling it menial is showing just how much I dislike it, you know, when it's probably the most important thing. But I always have to trust that person a lot because, yeah. I don't want to have to take a business class, so I have to take a business class. I don't have to take a fucking business class. What level is Rifles right now? 40? 36. How far do you think video game design optimization should go, i.e. AI being used for concept design? I don't think AI should be used much at all. I don't like AI. Nod just sent me some videos I watched the first one yesterday, second one today, that were very elucidating on the AI development and how they work. I still don't fully understand it, but I understand it a bit more. I would be okay with AI with doing concept art if I could trust the vast majority, or it may even have to be unanimous, of like artists coming forward and saying we hate doing concept art and this just makes it really easier for us and we're really, really positive on it. And you can say that, oh well, a lot of artist teams have already said that shit, that it doesn't get in the way, but like they're also, you know, management's higher up is pushing AI, and I'm sure they like being employed as well and they don't want to rock the boat. So I don't know, I can't really trust that. I just dislike it. Like I'm not an artist, so I don't know, but to me, like I cringed my fucking ass off when I was like Hulkenberg when I found out that it was the Subnautica lead. The Subnautica lead like did like some apology email or some big email about something to send to the team or a press release, I don't know, and like cleared it and like collabed it with fucking ChatGPT and wrote it with that. Like to me as a writer, like doing something on that level with using ChatGPT, that is like fuck off, or that's so horrible. So is it the same for artists? Do artists look at using AI generation for concept art? Do they view it the same way? I'm not an artist, so I don't know, but yeah, it's embarrassing, as Chad is saying. It's really embarrassing to me. That said, the concept and tool, like the technology behind the AI is really amazing. Like I'm sure it will have some applications, especially when it comes to like brute forcing research maybe, or like something like that. I'm sure that there's people way smarter than me could think of like dozens of applications where AI is like a really, really good thing and revolutionary. We're all going to benefit from it. You know, any day now it's going to happen. But when it comes to like art and writing, it's like, I don't trust this at all. Maybe AI would be really good if there was like maybe some plague that wiped out humanity and we had to digitize ourselves into shadow form, and then we let the AI generate new bodies for us when it was the technology perfected, and then we can re-inhabit them again. I think that would be a good use of AI.
I fear there is little we can do for her.
No! Kaine!
Joe got really quiet when the camera. I'm pathetic. Just, I'm so weak to ass. It's fucking crazy. I don't know what Pokemon that makes me, but it is just super effective times 5. Like, fucking hell.
Kaine! Come back!
Now, pin her down.
Kaine, please!
Okay, you have to knock her down. So you don't like boobs, Joe? This is Twitter's response. How do you feel about bosses with frustrations? I really don't like it.
Kaine!
I don't know. I guess it's kind of a cursed problem, because on the one hand, if I was able to burst the boss down and miss dialogue, I would be complaining about it. So I guess the fix that this game has, where it makes it so the bosses can't take damage until it's over, is not the worst implementation of the idea. But if this was a more combat game where the combat is very skill intensive and demanding of you, I would really hate it that if I had to sit around and wait for the boss to stop doing their bullshit before I can attack them. So I guess in this game it's okay, but
Kaine!
I really dislike it in Path of Exile. And Path of Exile has some bosses that take, like, I think it's 99% less damage for the first second or two of the fight. So players who have like a big bursty build can't just delete them in one hit. Like, I mean, that's the game. Grinding games, like that's the game you built. Like, if I don't know, that I don't like at all.
I couldn't hold it back. I can't be with...
I don't mind it when there's phases and you have to like if you do the first third of the boss's HP, they can't take another hit until like the phase is over. That's just basically like another health bar, but it's all baked into one. I'm okay with that. That's fine. Is Pathologic this Saturday, my lord? Yes, it is. Kind of nervous about that actually. Going back to 5 days a week. Basically what I mean is that when should progress be stopped so people's jobs are not killed, but also games are taking so long to make that progress should be accepted, not accepted. By the way, I'm not pro AI. I don't understand the question. Sorry. I'm not saying it's a bad question. I don't really understand it. What does AI have to do with like developing more games? Progress be stopped so jobs won't be killed? I think in general the whole technology is going to take our jobs is not usually well founded, but maybe this time is the time. I don't know, but now we're going to get into like politics and stuff. Like I don't know. Oh, I don't want to talk about this. Sorry.
And
it's not a bad question. Don't feel bad. I just don't want to talk about this.
I'm alright.
Because it's going to get into the UBI kind of area of like, you know, you're born into society that makes you work, and if you don't, blah, 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 blah. I just, Twitch is not here, and I'm not that informed.
And what is this?
Technology should always be like a net good for society, and maybe we're turning the point now where that's not going to be the case, and we have to do some changes for that. If you were to write a movie, would you do an adaptation or write your own thing? First time, do I get to direct it too? Am I making a movie? If I'm making the whole movie, I think doing an adaptation would be the safer bit to learn the ropes of movie making. I think that would be a smart thing to do. If I'm just writing a movie and I don't have to direct it and make it afterwards, I'd probably make my own thing. Use the internet curious. I think the internet, until the past, maybe, I don't know exactly when I put the cutoff, I think the internet has been a wonderful thing and it has been great for humanity, a great positive, but social media's claim on the internet, I don't know exactly when it got a stranglehold, is incredibly troubling and sometimes keeps me up at night. I still think it's probably a net good, but it like social media might be the great filter. Like, I don't know. It's very worrying. But I think overall humanity is handling it not horrifically. Could be worse. But I don't know. It remains to be seen. You did some game dev work. Do you think AI would help you a little bit in that process, even if it was only for some concepts that would not make it in final game? Oh yeah, for sure, yeah. So to me, as someone who has no artistic ability, being able to just have Gen AI and I can just type something in and be like, hey, make me some concepts, and I can just keep doing it over and over and over again until I get some concept art that kind of looks like what something is in my head. And then instead of having to sit there and explain it to the artist for with flawed language for like maybe hours to get the idea across, and then it comes back and it's not what I described at all because it didn't understand it because I fail at communication. Having to just be able to like tweak like a cheat code to just being artist without having the artistic ability. Of course it has uses, but like is that a power that we should have? I don't know. Like that's also, it's taking a job away from someone that I should have, like that should be a concept artist that I have a really good rapport with and can understand, and we work on communication, and it's two humans working together, and I explain something to them, and then, you know, over time we get better at understanding each other, and then I have a really, really good concept artist on my team that is being paid for the work, rewarded for the work, instead of an AI fucking process that steals, or steals, I don't know if steals is too little of a word, that has like been built on the backs of people's work that doesn't really deserve it. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like that's the better process, but like that also costs money, and when you have budgets that are limited and blah 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 blah, like is what's better? Is it like if there was like a team of like 20 people that have a job, that have a studio, and they can't afford to hire concept artists, but they can use ChatGPT as like an interim, and the studio stays afloat because of that, and 20 people keep their work. Is that better than the alternative that they fall apart? Like, I don't know. These are very, very difficult questions for me. Also, it's kind of like a forced scenario that I've just put in the head. Maybe that doesn't really exist. Maybe that's not likely to happen. I don't know. I prefer how Tommen has done different routes compared to this. Ben's one, yeah.
Loyal Cerberus. Clue.
Do you have any body work outside your YouTube channel? Any short stories, books, films? Short stories and books, yeah. They're available on Amazon if you want to check them out.
Shadowlord.
Would there be a specific title you'd want to adapt into a movie or directing as well? Probably Robin Hobb's series. I really like Robin Hobb's work. Oh, Witcher movie. I could do. No, I can't do a Witcher movie.
It's a dangerous task.
Umineko. How many movies would Umineko take?
And listen, about Kaine and Emil.
Let's see. It's a lot of words, but it's paced really poorly. I think we could do it in 2. When you say the part of trying to make someone understand your vision regarding art in games is more fun and human without AI, I think of Toby Fox playing silly art in games. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm saying, but having the tool there available for you, I could see some applications for that, yeah. I don't know, this has come from someone, I've never generated an image apart from when AI was first coming out. I found a website and said, make me a picture of 2B. It wasn't even a lewd. It was just a picture of 2B. And then it made one, I'm like, okay, cool, and that was the end of it. I've never done anything else with AI.
Perhaps we can find
ChatGPT,
weaponry.
Mouse and I messed around with it for like 20 minutes once. We made ChatGPT. Was it ChatGPT Mouse or was it a different? I don't know which model it was. We made it adopt the persona of each of us and have a conversation about something, and it was eerily accurate. My God, it scared the shit out of me. I said to her during, I was like, I don't like this. I don't like that it just knows what we're like, and it made a conversation to the two of us. It was definitely us on stream. It wasn't like a private conversation. It was like Stream Mouse and Stream Joe talking about, I can't remember what it was we're talking about it, but it nailed like the back and forth that we would have. First news investment is overall net positive on all of humanity, like with the phones taking away courier. Phones taking away courier? I just find it interesting and find my own and what other people's limits on the technical progress. Technical progress is not human progress. I think you're talking about things at a higher concept that I'm capable of understanding. Sorry, it seems like you know more about this than I do. Oh, this is new.
Looks like he left the village. Yeah. You think he'll be able to find all the fragments? If he doesn't, these past 5 years will have all been for nothing.
Okay, so you wanted us to do it.
Now that we know the location of the original Gestalt, the Shadowlord, we have to stop his rampage.
Okay. Which rampage? Wyfels or the Shadowlords?
I can't believe the Shadowlord ran off and holed up like that.
Okay.
I worry the shades who guard the key fragments will pose too much of a threat. Maybe so, but we're pretty much out of options at this point.
So you saying only did one sounds like a lot like Bill Clinton going, I didn't inhale. I'm not trying to say that people who use AI to generate images and stuff are immoral or anything like that. I'm putting this forward as an example of my inexperience with it. I don't know how it works. Maybe like that was years ago. Maybe it's even easier to do right now. Maybe I should fuck around with it and see. I don't know.
You having second thoughts, sis? No. The plan is.
It is funny you pointed out though, yeah.
We must see the plan to completion. He is simply a tool to that end.
Okay, I don't understand Devola and Popola's intentions. This is coming across that they're really being performative when we first get to Shadowlord's castle. Okay, I'm interested to see what more they say. Sometimes an idiot sounds smart to the uninformed. Oh yeah, that's why I'm here and have a career, yeah. Thank God that can happen. I have a YouTube channel, by the way. The hashtag Joseph Anderson fucking YouTube. I don't remember what the channel's called. There we go. Channel is more dead than a Fred. What do you mean? There was a video last year. What more do you want? I fuck around with AI from time to time, and the end result is always I'm super wowed at first, and then at the 30 hours I start seeing through the cracks and the magic fades. I could see that happening with the result, but I think the process is pure magic. Okay, I want to see this again. Hold on. Because these two seem like really sentient or really aware. Are they choosing to look like this? Yeah, that's the ball with the body. Or are we just seeing them like this? I don't get it. Why don't they just sink into the floor and go somewhere else? I think it's really interesting and almost counter to the message of the game, I think, that the Shade Kid and the robot like hate each other here, or the robot hates the Shade, but they actually do manage to talk and communicate, and after that they're like, okay, let's be friends. It's like the whole entire time it's just like, if only we could talk, we wouldn't have to fight. My favorite video of yours is Steven Sauce Roll. Is it really? That's a pull, damn. Is that one good? That one has a really long intro about streaming, doesn't it? I think it has Nier Automata in that one, yeah.
Who are you?
I'm Khalil, what's your name?
Military defense robot, P-33.
Why can the Shade and the robot understand each other?
You are an intruder. You must be eliminated. Error. There is something leaking from your eyes.
I'm crying, you big dumb robot. I miss my mom.
What is crying? Who is Mom?
Doesn't matter, I can't see her ever again because she's dead.
My creator is also dead. He perished hundreds of years ago.
Hell yeah, dead mom bros. Hundreds of years ago, really?
874 years, 10 months, 14 days, 4 hours, and 43 minutes. 44 minutes.
Aren't you
I
lonely?
am incapable of being lonely, or missing others, or crying.
I'm crying because I don't want to die.
Will die.
If humans catch me, they're gonna kill me.
Why will they kill you?
Humans. Wah! So time is not progressing during these loops? No. We're basically seeing the same thing. It's the exact same thing, but now we're just privy to more information. So in Route A, it was just all about what Wyfels is seeing. In Route B, we saw more of what Kaine was seeing during these loops. And in Route C, it looks like we're going to see more about what Devola and Popola we're seeing. And also we see more from the air quotes enemy's perspective in Route B.
I will not permit the humans to kill Khalil.
With how many shades have gone feral, do you think the original plan would even work if your character went along with it? I don't even know if they are feral. Maybe they're completely sentient and they're just hanging out in the field having a fucking shade picnic, and then we show up and they're just like, like I don't. They just attack because they're stupid. Like I have no idea. Even the premise might not even be true.
Military defense robot P-33 will protect you. P-33 is charged with defending others. P-33 will defend Khalil.
Oh hey, thanks robot. And since we're friends now, I'm gonna call you BP. Alright, here we go again.
Man, there's gotta be tons of machinery here.
Yeah, but I don't know how much we can actually use.
Oh, wow. Check this out. It looks brand new.
Hey, be careful, all right? This place is dangerous.
I'm thirsty again. God damn it.
I'll be fine.
Oh no!
Huh?
Look out!
Huh? 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 Jacob? Oh god, this can't be happening.
And the game is really,
Jacob!
really interesting with how it's recontextualizing a lot of things that happen. Even the side quests that are boring and like menial tasks are being recontextualized as the game goes on. As being like, look, all the things that you did for the people in the towns are like just human bullshit, you know what I mean? Like same with like the amount of time you spend in those places, and like it sends you back there constantly, is like showing more and more and more how like the replicants are just like this is like humanity, right? They're really really human. They're doing mundane, boring human things. It's, you know, it's reinforcing that over and over and over again, and then it like hits you with this point in the other routes, which is kind of there all along, to be honest, but it's more and more explicit. I just don't really agree with the messaging. I don't know. It's just, but maybe I don't understand the messaging. Maybe it's trying to tell me something different than I think. It just seems really like ham-fisted, or just it just doesn't make sense to me.
The noise of the intruders caused the structure to fail. They should have proceeded with more caution. One intruder has perished.
Don't think they're chasing me. They seem nice.
The junk heap. Perhaps we should speak to the brothers. They might know something about
You know what it
this.
reminds me of? It reminds me of how frustrated I was with the ending of Bravely Default, or one of the things that happens toward the end, where I can't remember her name. It wasn't the one that's stealing the crystals, it's the other one, the princess character. And her problem with her father, the king of like the Winterland, and it just becomes abundantly clear that all these two have to do is just sit down and have like an honest 5-minute conversation, and they just won't do it. And like it's to the point that the princess like went off on her own, became like a bandit, and like comes over and like beats her father up in a big fight or whatever. I think don't they like physically actually fight? And all they have to do is just fucking have a talk. That's it. It's like, oh man, this fucking sucks. If only there was a way out of this. Well, just sit down and fucking talk. It's the same thing when it comes to some of the stuff that's going on in here. And yet you see characters that do sit down and talk, and it works out for them, which is just making it more frustrating. You're doing the lengthy crossbreeding flower section this time, right? No, I'm not, sorry. The conflict here is beyond talking. They're two incongruent entities, and the tragedy lies in inability to reconcile. I don't think so, because we've never seen them even try to talk. And when there is some starting of communication, it seems to go well until right up until the point that the Shades just freak out and start attacking for some reason.
My brother's been dead for 4 years.
Do you like Pride and Prejudice? I've never read it.
Oh, I see.
Never mind then. See you later.
Considering for a time both Yonas inhabited the same body, I wonder if this common could have been possible. Yeah, let's look at the examples of when characters talk on different sides. It usually starts to go well until the point that the plot just says, fuck it, it's not going well anymore. When it came to the Shade and the robot that we just had, that when they started talking, they reconciled the differences. When we first go to Facade and we start talking with people of Facade, we can't really communicate with them, but as soon as we can reconcile differences and get along. When we meet Kaine, we can reconcile the differences and we can get along. When we go to the Aerie and we start talking to the people, we can even buy things from them before we even know their shades, and we're all getting along just fine until suddenly they just start freaking out. Talking to the girl on the ship, there's a human or a replicant that talks to the girl on the ship, and it's going well. Both versions of Yona that are talking about to each other inside the same body at the end, they communicate and it seems to go well and they understand each other. Talking to Devola and Popola that seems to be on the other side, it seems to be going well and we're communicating. When we first see Emil turn into like some shadow monster thing, and instead of attacking them on sight, we communicate and it goes well. It seems that almost every single time there's actual honest communication that is given some time to grow and isn't just forced into conflict after 5 seconds for no fucking reason, it's going well. I think that when Devola and Popola show up in Shadowlord's castle at the end, if they would actually answer some fucking questions like real people, I think that conversation would go well. Weifels and Kaine and Emil and even Weiss, they want to talk. They want to talk. But like, for whatever reason, Devola and Popola just won't. But they're not real people. Neither am I. In the area, at least the Shades freaked out because Nier said he was going to kill all the Shades, but that's the problem. The Shades won't communicate. Like, we see a pattern over and over and over again, and it is that the Shades just won't communicate.
But it's fairly powerless right now.
That Kaine knows more about them and doesn't say anything, keeps killing them, is indicative more than anything. It's really interesting that Kaine seems to be getting more and more evil as it goes on, but I don't know if that's about Tyran or what's going on with that, or she's just traumatized from the bad experiences she had with the replicants even. I don't know. I'm very interested to see what goes on with Kaine as it goes on.
Can you repair it? I can repair anything with the proper materials.
Devola and Popola are programmed to finish the Gestalt project, so they don't care about anything else. Why did they get drunk and sing at the bar then? Like, they obviously have. I know that sounds like a stupid gotcha, but like it's just the best way I thought of to be like, no, they clearly have some amount of free will. Like, going and singing their songs and learning how to play an instrument is not furthering the Gestalt project. So like, clearly they could talk if they wanted to.
If you'll fix it, I'll get the parts.
I'm so glad I decided not to throw this
We
out.
even just saw a scene just now where they were scheming with each other about what to do about the Shadowlord and like helping Rifles, but maybe not really. And they tried to give him some information and they backed out of it. They're like, maybe it's not. I think that they have a lot of free will. I don't buy the idea that they're beholden to some sort of programming. I don't think that at all.
I'm gonna need some memory alloy.
But saying playing a song doesn't go against it meaningfully. I always thought they were free until the mission requires it to some extent it's complicated. But if they have if they have enough free will and consciousness and agency to decide what goes against it meaningfully or not, then it's kind of like do you know how you can lie while completely telling the truth? The magic users in Wheel of Time are a great example of that if you know that series. There's a way that they could find a way to communicate with Rifles in the gang without going against that programming easily. Because they have that higher level process. They're pretty much human for all intents and purposes.
It's a
Whoa.
shame about
What happened?
the older lad. He was but a child.
Sounds like you went into a dangerous area for the sake of the business.
Seafront, Popola, and Devola, which I agree they can't communicate with Rifles. I don't think the Shades themselves can talk with shells as part of strategies because that leads to killing each other. But they can talk with shells. They talk with shells in the Aerie. They can talk to Kaine, but that might be only with Tyrant. But they can. And they can. This one can even talk to a robot. So they can communicate. And like speaking, like the game has like a whole section where there's a society that they can't verbally talk to the characters either, and we learn through hand motions. So like why can't the Shades do that? Like there's more ways to communicate than talking.
A large seagoing vessel that carries freight and passengers over bodies of water.
Yeah, you're so great, BP. You learn so much.
You have taught me much, Khalil. You have helped to expand my vocabulary. You have instructed me in the ways of the outside.
I mean, even when the
world.
boy goes to Aerie, stop killing my sister, they went like, dude, it's a shade. They didn't stop it all. But the Shades are already like full bloodbath mode, attacking everyone in the town at that point. Like at that point, the time for communication has stopped. The fight has happened. I see the point you're trying to make, but once the like magical bullets start firing, like it's not the same argument now. Like, oh, just stop talking, just stop and talk. You know, it's not the same thing. And who started that? The Shades.
Because we are friends.
You mean after the Nier boy said he'll kill all the Shades? Yeah. How is that starting a fight? He didn't even know they were Shades. Are you serious? Yeah, of course.
That's some pretty impressive stuff you found. I'll start upgrading your weapon right away.
Did it give me the memory alloy when I went into the factory right away last time too, or is it only on this route? I mean, if I rock up to someone and say I'm going to massacre their entire family, I don't want to expect other than an angry response. But he didn't know he was talking to a Shade. It wasn't an act of aggression. Clearly, you see the nuance here, right? Like, am I insane? You got the message last time too. Oh, did I really? Shit, I missed that. My bad. If he knew, hey, they were Shades, he would have just killed them? Yeah. And he didn't know they were Shades. Really hard not to argue this point without bringing up Nazi Germany. What the fuck?
Well, actually...
The Shades are embodying humans in a town that is so afraid of Shades that they've built a whole society onto the side of a fucking cliff where they stayed huddled in their homes, so scared of Shades. And the Shades must know how people view the Shades and how aggressive they are and the bad things that have happened on both sides, but how bad the Shades are. So these Shades are finally to the point where they're now trying to become human and try to integrate, to the point that they sent a letter to a nearby town, or maybe that was a fake letter, I'm not sure. And then some guy shows up and they must understand, okay, I understand why people must hate the Shades, and we have to do some good things in order to extend an olive branch. And it makes perfect sense that this guy would show up and say, hey, I want to kill all the Shades because of all of the bad things that Shades have done. The kidnapped his sister and all this other shit. Yeah, of course it makes sense. What was the Shades' plan? Just like, oh, they're not gonna hate me. We can just coexist, lol. Like, no, of course not. Like, the communication, like, don't get me wrong, Rifles and the crew also have to, like, overcome some stuff and realize, okay, maybe it was bad that we killed so many Shades and we didn't realize what we were doing, blah, blah, blah. I'm not saying that it's all on the Shades for progress, but in that moment, the Shades were the ones that started being aggressive. Rifles didn't even know he was talking to a Shade.
This is gonna take a little more time than I thought.
And before he knew he was talking to a Shade, he was interacting with them fine, giving them money even, trading money for weapons and resources and stuff. Like it was going well. And if the Shades had just stayed calm and been like, hey, actually, we can integrate, and, you know, after speaking for a while, being like, just want you to know that we actually are Shades, and this is the start. But, like, that was maybe even the first time ever that the Shades even tried to communicate with Wyfels. I just don't think we expect people with existential fear of being destroyed to act like rational thinkers, but they put themselves in that situation and invited people to their town. What were they doing if it wasn't for, like, an attempt at being like, you know, let's try and make amends? Clearly, they must understand the atrocities that their side has committed, and the other side is committed too. Like, this is what I mean. This is such a childish, naive approach to resolving this conflict. Like, what was the plan?
Popola said we might be able to find something in the Forest of Myth.
So your point is that the game didn't sell you on the attempt well enough? What do you mean? I don't know what it means, sorry. Attempt at what? Oh shit, I didn't say thank you, finish thanking you people after Cook. Is it dusk? Dusk the sunset? Thank you to Unbing for 13 months. Thanks, Joe. I'm just enjoying your streams quite a bit. Excited to try Automata myself to finish Replicant. I hope you enjoy it. I would like to go back and replay Tama and see what's going on. I barely remember it. I remember liking it but not loving it. I really liked it at the end, but it was more about the perspective switches that were going on. It was very stylish at the end. The music was really good too. I feel like you might be asking more questions about the struggle and Yoko might be writing this. Yeah, and that's fair enough. Like, I can definitely find a lot of interest in seeing that, you know, there's a bunch of factions in this world that are just like hate each other. And like, if you were to be able to rewind it, maybe you could find out who cast the first stone. But does that really matter at this point? Like, who gives a shit? The only one that doesn't work with is the wolves. But like, we can talk about the wolves later when we get to them, I guess. Like, yeah, it's really, really tragic. There's a bunch of people at each other's throats, and like, they could probably all get along if they communicate whatever. But like, it's a very like naive view of conflict in my view, because where are we going? We're going to the Forest of Myth, because I can see a path to reconciliation here, and the game is even providing with some, and that's making me think that it's on purpose. But then chat is pushing really hard against it, and chat knows more about this than I do, so it's making me think that my read is incorrect and not what's with the consensus of this game. So I guess it's not going to be addressed, because right now a lot of the characters in this game are just stupid. And I don't mean in that way, like, I'm not trying to communicate like, oh, I have morally solved Nier Replicant. It's so clear what they should do. I'm talking about like the fact that there is no it's undermining the point of the tragedy. You know, like if it was somehow more justified and you can see how it's perpetuating itself, it's like, oh man, it's so tragic. But maybe that's the point. Maybe the fact that it's such an easy fix, if people would just sit around and talk, maybe that's the point it's trying to make. But then I say that and chat push back against it.
A blasted dream.
I suppose I would say look at modern conflicts to see how stupid and irrational people behave when things can be solved by simpler conversation, but that's not reality, unfortunately. But there's no communication happening at all. That's what I think, that's hitting the nail on the head when I say it's a childish representation of what's going on. There's zero conversation happening. There's zero dialogue.
Yeah.
I mean, that's also happening in real life right now.
Never to experience
No?
again.
What do you mean? Are you serious? What? There's conversation and they start bombing again? My argument is not that the conversation is fruitful chatter or that it's coming to something. It's the fact that the conversation is even existing is a difference that we're honing in on here. If there was conversation and dialogue happening between the different factions in this group and they weren't going anywhere, I would say that is a much more realistic and representation of the tragedy that this game is trying to represent. That I would be more on board with that. But there is no communication. There are two sides that seem to think that the other side is just completely inhuman, that they don't even want to talk, but sometimes they do talk, but it's never really fruitful. But sometimes when different factions talk, it really works out well for them somehow. It's so many mixed messages. It's like communication is really important. Look at all these times that it works out, and then look at all these other times that it's not. We're not even trying, and maybe it would work out there, but let's not even try. It's not worth it. Fuck it. Do you think characters in the story are able to resolve this conflict peacefully, or do you just like they're trying to? I strongly suspect that if Devola and Popola had a conversation that bridged the gap between Shades and humans, that this could be over in probably an hour. Like, I do not think that there is that much blood under the bridge here at all. Like, this seems to be like baby conflict. Like, both sides don't even realize what they're doing. Like, absolutely, this could be over so fast. But maybe that's the limitation of what I'm seeing, because what I'm seeing is that Wyfels is the only one that's even going out and killing the Shades with Kaine. Everyone else is just huddled in their villages and they're just keeping to themselves. And this is an incomplete understanding of the plot. Could be, yeah, we're not done with it yet.
We are the grass, the trees,
The woods.
I wonder if it's gonna let me skip this time. Whoa, is the voice more clear this time?
Why do we seem to encounter nothing but odd people lately?
You should talk, Vice.
As if Grimoire Weiss is capable of spouting such nonsense.
Hang on. I don't think it's done.
Is the dark entity that governs all memories. May the words form themselves to your liking.
I don't remember the female voice being so prominent last time in the treetop. It's a lot happens in this, so maybe that's why.
Does that mean it'll tell us what we want to know? That'd be nice.
Devola and Popola's observation notes do say the shades are undergoing critical loss of sentience, so I don't think they would agree with you, but that's not being really demonstrated. So if they're not sentient and they're just mindless monsters that are attacking, that doesn't track at all from what we're observing. But if it is true, what are we doing that's wrong then? Because it seems like they're just now they are monsters that are just very dangerous, that are just roaming the world. And sure, it's a tragedy that, you know, they have to be removed, but like, oh well, what are we supposed to do? Like, they're killing people. It's not black and white. The shades are black and white, actually. Okay, this is the same, right? I think it's just supposed to be tragic. Yeah, but when I say that, chat pushes back against it and says I'm not understanding it. I'm on board to have that. But it's just going to be a bit, you know, it's very interesting how it uses the video game structure, and I really appreciate that. But in terms of the tragedy here, it's like, oh man, that sucks, but it's a bit naive. Or not naive, ham-fisted on the nose, a bit childish. How can it be resolved? Shades seem to possess the bodies of the replicants, or they'll continue to degrade, but the replicants are sentient and they don't want to be possessed. I'm sure some shades would be fine with not possessing the replicants, but the possession thing is the whole reason the replicants exist. That hasn't been told to me yet, so I guess thank you for the spoilers. I don't know. Like, I need more information about how that works. I think the ship girl and the kid at the robot factory are showing different stages of corruption. What stage of corruption is the kid at the robot factory showing? That's interesting. Because to me, oh, is that your point? The kid at the robot factory seems to be one of the best shades that there is in terms of like not degrading. Definitely told already. I don't think it's been told to me already that if the shades don't inhabit replicants, that they're going to die. Like, it seems like there's a whole shade society that is existing just fine for like over 1,000 years and counting at this point. They're even reproducing. Sorry, is this the same? Can I just skip through it? I think it's the same. Sorry if it isn't. Some shades develop sentience over time or more keep the sentience after the relapse. I believe Yona's shade developed sentience at the very end. When Gestalt files say Yona was the first relapse case, I believe. So they can even recover. All right, that seems like there's maybe they don't need to completely give over their life then. Maybe they can inhabit the shells for a little while and then they can leave and then they'll be fine. Because they return, like the brother and sister are talking at the end in whatever the afterlife that they're showing, right? I'm not sure. So if that's the case, and some of the shades are mindless, but not all of them, isn't it like, isn't the burden on the shades that are not mindless to like be ambassadors for their kind and be like, hey, look, not all of us are like this. Like, please don't kill us all. And they're just not doing that. Seems like a perfect opportunity that the ones in the Aerie could have had. Like, they could have done that, but instead they just, you know, here come the magical guns. Like, they just jump to that at the first sign of any trouble, when they should know more than anything that people are scared of them because of how the mindless shades are acting. Or Devola and Popola could be doing that too, and they're just not. Please don't kill us all, only most of us. Okay, thanks. But the shades are mindless. They've lost their humanity. They're effectively hollow, like in Dark Souls. Like, it's a tragedy, but like fucking hell. But why should they care? Well, if they don't care, then then they don't care that humans are being slaughtered. So okay, then it seems justified to kill them then, isn't it? Like, if you're just gonna be like, yeah, some of us are mindless monsters that are just going to invade your towns and homes and just kill your kids and, you know, and kidnap some of your people and kill them in a ship and everything like that, and you're just gonna have to put up with that. It's like, okay, well, I guess war's war. It seems justified. Like, what's the other answer? Just let them kill you? Okay. We all agree that violence is sometimes the right answer, right, chat? Sometimes things have to come to violence. Can we all agree on that? Not all the time, and it's a tragedy when it does come to that. But we do agree that sometimes violence is the right answer, right? Like, if a country is invading another country, no. So you think Ukraine should just give up against Russia? That's what you think? For the most recent example, Ukraine, you're immoral for fighting back. Like, that's what you think? Like, what the fuck is this argument? For defense? Okay, maybe you're misunderstanding what I mean by violence. Like, to me, defending yourself is also an act of violence. Then yes? Okay, fair enough. All right. Oh shit, we didn't talk to the guy. I failed the tree. Oh, is it green? Did I do blue? Fuck. The corrupted shades are literally zombies. We hate all those annoying characters in movies, zombie movies, that say they're human. Yeah, that's how it seems to me too. But not all of them are. But then how can you tell the difference between them unless they communicate? Deep blue eyes. Oh, it was blue? Oh, thank you for holding circle advice. It's random every time. Is it really? I must have misremembered, sorry. All right, blue. I feel like the forced conflict and no communication comes from the game needing to be a game with have boss fights, conflicts, and whatnot. I don't think so. I think that the game is really interesting because of those things, and it has combat. I think the fact that we were told to go and like kill wolves and kill robots to get materials for people in some of the quests that was so casual that you think it's fine is a really good use of like an Undertale kind of use of the medium. I think that's good. The fact that it has so many of those kind of quests that it just becomes like a boring thing that you do without even really thinking of it, I think is a really good, like, or could have been really, really good. It's still pretty good, but could have been a really, really good commentary on what you do in games and like you're just portraying violence. I think it's good. I just think that at the end of this, unless there's like a big development I'm not expecting, that it's going to be, this was a really, really cool attempt and really, really interesting attempt at this sort of thought process and making you feel about like sides in conflict and a tragedy, but it could have been a lot better if it took a more mature stance on it and had a couple changes. And again, that's just for me, but yeah. So I think it's really cool. It's definitely doing better than Automata was for that sort of thing. But Automata was Automata the same? I feel like Automata was more about representations of humanity and the different things that the humanity can get into. Like there was a more philosophical side, there was a more art side, celebration side, there was a religious side. It was a bunch of like different extremes of humanity, all like flanderized by the robots that are trying to pretend to be human, right? I don't remember this kind of thing being in Automata, but maybe it was there. I'm not sure. Okay, sorry, let me shut up and let them talk.
Harder than I expected. It's going to take some more time. More importantly, how is the child who drifted ashore getting along? Right on schedule so far. I mean, we knew she was powerful enough to destroy an entire ship. But now she's grown even stronger.
Okay, so you knew she was there.
There is one thing, though. She's started to obsess over becoming human.
Detroit?
If that's a problem, we need to nip it in the bud. If the Shadowlord resists the plan, we'll need her power to defeat him. I know, Popola, I know. Jeez, relax, will ya? It's a fool's dream, and we both know it. She doesn't have a receptacle, so she can't become human, no matter how badly she wants to.
You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of like an episode of Doctor Who when the doctor like lands in fucking like 1800s London or whatever and finds out that it's like, oh, it's Jack the Ripper. Jack the Ripper is killing people and stealing their livers. And then he goes underground into the sewers and finds some alien, and the alien's eating liver. It's like, you don't understand, Doctor. Like when I crash landed here through my time vortex, I found out that the only alien sustenance is contained in human livers, and I have to eat 100 livers every single day. But the more I eat livers, the more I become human, and I understand them more and more. And now I can take the shape of a human and walk among them, but I still need to keep eating their liver. And then the doctor goes, all right, then don't worry, I can take you to another planet. We can synthesize this liver material for you. You don't need to eat them anymore. I understand that you came here and you were just trying to survive and you were misguided and you didn't really understand what you were doing, but it's okay. And then the alien licks its lips and goes, do you understand? I like the taste of liver now. Why should I leave? I like it here. And you have 2 livers, Doctor, because you're alien. I'm gonna eat your liver too. And then the Doctor Who whips out his fucking magical wand and just goes, woo, 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 and just kills him. And then that's the end. I'm Henry. I'm liver eating Henry now. Like, yeah, I'm the Doctor now. I'm Henry Doctor. And it's like that when it comes to the story, except that the conversation between the liver eater and the doctor doesn't even happen. And we're just to be like, oh, what a tragedy. It's like, no, there's a monster eating livers. Yes, because it isn't a magical doctor who can simply wave the problem away. What do you mean? We're the doctor. We can kill them. It's just that we're not talking.
You have a letter, it would seem.
He's done a lot. Off to the junk heap.
Does this concept feel like it could have worked perfectly in Route B and not having gone through the second half of the game again? I don't know, actually. I don't think so. I think the more meditative, I think it was Jeremiah that said it in chat yesterday, said something like the fact that they're being lax about the, or more reserved about the changes in the route to make the reframing hit harder. I think there's a point to that. I just think that it was already kind of clear that that was going on in the first route, so it didn't land as well as it could. But I value the attempt. I value the intent there. So I think there's an argument there for why it did it that way. Yeah. I also think that I probably didn't need to have spent all the time doing the side quests the first time through, and if I had saved more, I would have been better. So, but that's my own disease, and I'll own up to that. It's my fault. So yeah, maybe they could have integrated both, but I think that just having the reframing of the conflicts sit there without these Devola and Popola parts is a good thing. I do think they could have streamlined this a bit though. It's not by the fact that the first route has you do a bunch of content twice. Yeah, I think that if they let you do the side quests, some of the side quests more naturally while you're just doing the main quests, that would have helped. But again, that was my own fault. Like the amount of times we're going back and forth. I also like the maturity, although it's kind of a weird word to use here. I mean, I don't know, just the respect that's showing, even though it's a little thing, the respect that's showing the audience that there isn't a conversation between Emil, Vice, Kaine, and Weifels around a campfire being like, we actually looked through the logs and we saw the security cameras and they've been spying on everyone in the dorm. And also we saw that the brother wasn't even killed by a robot. It was the younger brother that tripped over some pipes and it fell on them. And oh my God, like you just have to like notice in the scene and be like, hold on, the robot didn't even kill the brother. Like he fucking like, he hates robots for no fucking reason. You know what I mean? Like I like the respect that's showing that you just need to like, just pay attention and realize that. It's really easy to realize, but most games don't do that. They belabor the point over and over and over and over again, which is why I'm like prefacing a lot what I'm saying today and yesterday with, okay, maybe there's something I'm not understanding, maybe there's something about like it's gonna happen, or maybe there's something I missed with something earlier, there's some information, like I don't know. I mean, the robot literally said it didn't say it the first time though, right? We didn't see that scene until the second playthrough, and it's not you know, poured over. I guess you're right. Yeah, it is called attention to it more explicitly than I just made it clear. Yeah, that's a good point. Never mind, I hate the game. Sorry, mouse. How does it feel? Chat poisoning the well. Get let out. That's okay. I've disagreed with basically everything you said about it, so I think you're just going to see now. Okay. Looking forward to never talking about this with you. Thank you, Penguin93, for the 8 months with the hashtag not all shades. Thank you very much. Z Cabin 911 reference? Probably in 1.5, I'm guessing. I really like the game a lot, and I've been praising it a lot. You disagree with all of that? I'm surprised. Okay. Being shades would be better treated if they were called haze? Yes. Everything negative, disagree, everything good, agree? Yeah, that's just chat experience, that's true. Okay. I eventually agree the story is super ham-fisted, but it is still thoughtful. I think so too, yeah. It comes across as a very childlike approach to a lot of the conflicts in the world are, you know, scary and stupid. And why can't we just all get along? And isn't it really fucked up the position that we're in? Which I agree with, on like a visceral level, for sure. I think almost everyone would. I think a lot of people that even perpetuate a lot of that, a lot of the violence and the problems in the world would even think that they agree with that without realizing that they're making it worse. It's a very human thing. No one thinks they're evil. Do you intend on reading some of the side lore pieces explaining details of chronology of the world? It adds a lot and is pretty short. I want to be done with this as soon as possible. Maybe we'll even push and be done today, and then I'll take tomorrow off. Break soon? We should take a break. I need to make coffee. I haven't had coffee yet today. Alright, we go through here. I really want to see if the robot attacks first, because chat said it didn't, and I agree that chat probably has that. I'd really like to go back and see if the shades attack you first when you are a kid, and also when you first go out into the field. So we go through here, we fight the robot, and then we have to go back to Devola and Popola. And we still have to do the Aerie one and the wolf one on the ship. Oh, the ship takes so long. He hates her? The ship one? Be sure to kiss Yoko Taro's boot for the full experience. Whoa, what the fuck? I'm being bullied? Why are you being bullied? Why would Mouse call Joe and Erica? Why would she do that? That's not very nice. They're making fun of me because you didn't read my apology. What apology? What are you apologizing for? Said Mouse an apology, didn't see it twice. What the fuck is she apologizing for? I'm sorry, Mouse, now. Hold on. The message was a goof. I'm sorry. There's a lot you said I agree with. I think we fundamentally approach some stories differently because I tend toward the fluffy and metaphorical, and you tend toward logical. So interpretations are different. Doesn't mean you're wrong or bad. Oh, okay, or senile. All right, there you go. I read it. Don't you just faster if you aren't blasting magic? I think that the shooting is the highest DPS move in the game for most things. But you run slower? Yeah, you do run slower. Yeah. I don't know. Some of the things you do have to kill. You don't have to kill here though. That's true.
I'm I've never heard of a shade.
This part
living
reminds
with
me
a
of the Dark
machine.
Souls 3 DLC.
What's that about?
Don't know, don't care. All that matters is that we kill them both.
You can set Kaine and Emil not to attack, can you? This one? No. How do you set them not to orders? Oh, okay, it's right there. Fresh orders. The minimap border looks like an else can border, and I thought you became a tuber for a second. Sorry to scare you.
Looks like
No! Oh, the robot attacks first. Oh, do we attack in the cutscene? I just skipped the cutscene, fuck.
Tear him up, Kaine!
Intruder detected. Scanning.
It's okay, we'll do it a fourth time. We're gonna take break after this robot, by the way. Are you willing to go overtime today if you can finish today? I don't know how much overtime I want to go. I don't have a lot of food. Oh no, I went and got some food. Sorry, I do have some food. I have some chili too. Alright, you taking damage now? No?
No, damn it. That's a shade. It's a shade!
Kill him. Kill him. Feel the hate inside you.
Maybe turn it down easy to go through faster. If anything, we should turn up the hard. Let's see if it's well balanced now. What's been different on third playthrough so far? Some scenes with Devola and Popola talking about their schemes. That's it. There's only been 2 new scenes. Thank you, Aerie randoms. So many league in less than 1 hour, so being lit for real, for real. Any righteous fire changes? Hope you like it. What's the gameplay like in Cairn? Is it in depth or like a Q-op sort of thing, or is it more of a tranquil preparation and then just vibe experience? It's almost the sim, really? I've watched some climbing videos and just like props to people that can do that. It looks fucking terrifying to me. I'm not that afraid of heights, and it still makes me nervous. They made Silence Ascendancy the RF Ascendancy, and it's one of the top tier ascendancies this league based on last league's performance. I think it's bold that grinding your games consistently kind of either nerfs or doesn't even give Righteous Fire players a bone at all, when it is like by far and away the most popular league starter there is, and a big way that casuals can get into the game because Pox does such great guides for it. I don't know. I don't know if that deserves respect or, you know, criticism. Like, if I was in charge, I would be like throwing some bones every single league to RF, not to make it stronger, just make it a little bit more quality of life. Definitely not nerfing it, just so more and more people and casuals can get into the game. BB, I'm sorry, I'm not strong enough. I wanted to be with you forever.
Khalil, together we be alone.
To be.
We be cry.
You stupid machine! You killed my family! You took everything from me! Why did you have to be here? Why you? Why?
Beautiful. What a perfect example of humanity.
The gameplay student for the bits. Hi, Billy Shades here of my new product, Flexi Convo. With one simple conversation, you can patch together any simple disagreement. Look, I'm riding on this robot with a shade, patched with just a little bit of Flex Seal. If you order now, you'll get a free second roll of Flexi Convo. That's right, you'll get a second roll of Flexi Convo for free. What is this, what is it, the one where he gets the thing and he slaps it on the water tank and it stops it? We'll even throw this in this limited time relationship patch free of charge. It can patch any one problem with any relationship. Buy now. Flex tape, that's it. That's what it's playing on, yeah. Unironically, communication is that important and is that powerful, yeah. Almost all the problems in the world are from a breakdown in communication. Joe says there's 200 unanswered Discord DMs. Nuh-uh, I'm down to like 20.
Just leave it to me. Leave it all to me.
Look, we get it, okay?
Hatred and madness will never heal a wounded heart.
Maybe it's just all he's capable of right now.
Revenge is a fool's errand.
Yeah, I know.
Do you? I disagree. Revenge is based.
Maybe Popola's found some information about the Shadowlord. Let's drop by the village.
What music do we want for break? Do we want this music? Chess seems to like this music, right? Anyway, let me go boil the kettle and get a coffee ready. I'm not gonna have time to do it for break, but I'll get it ready and I'll take a short break after I come back. Be right back. All right, coffee's percolating. Let me go get it in about 5 minutes or so. Where are we going now? Popola. We can get a new one after we run away from the village after speaking to her. It seems like every single time we go into the next stage, we get a scene.
You know, I've been thinking. Why was a shade hanging out with a machine?
It appeared the creature was actually issuing orders to that mechanical minion.
It's percolating, steeping. I don't know if that's the right word.
Do you think the shade had a reason for what it did?
Like that scene there where it's like trying to point out like, hey, Wyfels is like revenge is a fool's errand, and Vice is like, yeah, and it's meant to be like, well, aren't you just killing shades out of revenge? It's the same thing. It's like, is he? Like, I don't think Wyfels is about revenge, is it? It's like, it's just defense. I need to see when the first fight was. Doesn't he hate them? Yeah, they kidnapped his sister. And like kill people. I don't think it's about revenge. I don't know, maybe. Hey, just asking. I've always wanted to draw you and your children as stream fanner. I wonder if you allowed it. Probably will draw your children like Baby Dragon Joe. It's alrighty if you don't want that to happen. Thank you, by the way. Sorry, I would prefer not to have like encourage any fan art of the kids. Like if you have like a cute idea and it's just like a one-off or whatever, then it's fine. Sometimes it's happened in the past and it's okay, but in general, I would prefer not to encourage it. So if you're asking, I'm probably gonna say no.
Actually.
Look, it doesn't matter what a shade is or isn't thinking. All that matters is that we kill every last one of them.
Right. Sure. The idea of a shade trying to protect a robot is goddamn absurd. Still, you guys should be careful.
I think it's better if it's in some sort of like if it's in like a funny meme or comic format. If I told the story about like interacting with one of the kids and someone did a depiction of that, that would be fine. But if it's like more of a like here I drew some fan art of like you dragon and dragon kids, it's like I would prefer not to encourage that sort of thing. So it depends on what it is, I guess.
What do you mean?
Is that all right? Sorry, I feel a little uncomfortable saying no. I don't like saying no to people.
If the shade inside me ever takes over, I'm probably going to attack you.
That's not gonna happen. You are no shade.
Don't worry, Kaine. If your shade ever takes over, I'll stop you.
Consider that the non-humans don't live in post-enlightenment times nor do they know any better. They basically live in the Old Testament times. Plus, humanity has post-enlightenment values and through the way, so this is versus pseudo-karma in the secular sense. Which ones humans are you talking about? Are you talking about the humans that are the replicants or the humans that are the shades? This is what a little bit frustrating about the wolves is like the wolves are entitled to their own habitat. Yeah, they absolutely are. But in this world, the wolves probably outnumber the humans by a factor of like 1,000,000 to 1. So and like you could reverse it with like, well, the wolves are entitled to eat, right? But the bunnies are entitled to their habitat too. So you could just, it's really a fight for survival. It's like, okay, what are the humans meant to do? Just let the wolves kill them? Like, what are they supposed to do? Are they not allowed to live there? Or are the humans allowed to live anywhere? Because like my understanding is that the wilderness has taken over this world, right? Like, yeah, I don't know. Humans didn't kill all the wolf cubs out of survival. I think they did. I think that like they're going into like sometimes the culling is required in order for defense. Like the wolves are running. Like there's so many wolves in this world that they're hunting in the desert, dog. Like there's not much food to eat for them in the desert, and they're still there. Like preemptively hunting is still a form of defense. Like if the wolves are a threat, then yeah. I don't think they're recreationally going out and killing wolves.
You will you?
This game is bringing out some weird arguments from chat.
Thanks.
Like, let's just follow it to the next extension. Like, what about like the wolves? Wolves are predators. They kill animals to eat. They don't eat vegetables. So like how do you feel about the wolves like eating rabbits and other things that they find? Like, what are they eating in the desert? I don't know, scorpions. I don't know what the fuck they're doing. Like what do you think about that? Because the humans are just basically doing to the wolves what the wolves are doing to the prey that they're eating. Are the rabbits cute? The cutest. This is kind of what happens when games sloppily tackles heavy subjects. Well, I'm not the one who said it. This is a basic justification for most unnecessary violence, preemptive defense. They're wolves. Preemptive killing humans to go into wolves' territory, self-defense. Yeah, it is. But that's why I'm saying, like, are the wolves entitled to eat and survive? Because the wolves have to kill animals in order to eat, and the humans have to kill wolves in order to survive. So they're doing the exact same thing. So why are we condemning the humans but we're not condemning the wolves? How'd you know they were wolves? That's true, maybe they're not. Having to kill wolves isn't the same as culling them. The wolves are killing humans when the humans are interacting with their territory. It's about scale? What's the scale? There are more wolves than people. By a lot. I'm condemning the act of killing dozen wolf cubs. Okay, what should they have done instead? Just let the wolves kill the humans? Is there really? Well, if the world makes sense, then yeah. Like this is a post-apocalyptic. It's been post-apocalyptic. It's been like over 1,000 years since humanity reigned supreme on this planet. There doesn't seem to be that much civilization left over. These settlements are really, really small. Like 1,000 years is more than enough for wilderness to take over entirely. Yeah, there's probably way more. They should not have gone into the wolf's habitat for no reason. Okay, so where should the humans go then? Because on this planet, there's nowhere to go that isn't inhabited by the wilderness. What are the humans supposed to do? Just dramatically limit their population for the end of time and only live in their previously established elements like this and never, ever, ever expand? Can I just feel bad? I had to be done? Yeah, for sure. Yeah, no one's saying that you don't have to, that you can't feel bad. Yeah, you should feel bad. Yeah, it sucks. The fact that by being alive, you have to consume other things that are alive to perpetuate your own life is like one of the most existential, like basic horror, existential horrors that there is. I don't mean basic like simple. I mean fundamental. Like yeah, it sucks. That's why I started talking about like what's the most ethical thing to be, a tree, and even the tree fights are in competition with other trees. The way Joe says existential is one of the biggest existential horrors there is. Yeah, sorry, sometimes I mash some syllables together. Many tribes are European where wolves have been extinct or viewed as fond relics of pastoral age, not the little monstrous rivals farmers and herders they are in North America. Yeah, which is why we're talking about the game instead of like reality, although we can pull some things from reality to make some comparisons. But right now in the game, I'm asking, what are the humans of Facade supposed to do? Like, what is your expectation? Like, if you think they're doing something wrong, what do you want them to do instead? Migrate? To where? Where on this planet are they not going to be invading someone who already inhabits there? I don't think the game thinks they're wrong. I don't think the game thinks they're wrong either. I think it's tragic that like, again, the game thinks it's tragic and it's like, oh shit, like it sucks that things have to kill each other to survive, blah, 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 blah. But chat seems to think that they are doing something wrong, which is why I'm asking, what are you expecting them to do instead? Just move, Lamayo, yeah. Could they work? They could work with the wolves and coexist? They're wolves. You can't talk to a wolf. That's why I kept saying yesterday, they're wolves. What do you mean? Have you tried? Yes, and I'm dead. Can we take some of the wolves to a different territory by, for example, taking them over a river with a boat, bring some sheep along too, since there's no population, we get the farmer to take them over? Wolves don't attack people in general, they were spies because they ate the livestock. Well, these wolves do, unfortunately. So these are different kind of wolves for some reason. They're very aggressive. The reason they're probably aggressive, my guess is if this world makes sense, is because there are so many wolves that they have to like hunt for and eke out any territory that they can because they're living in the desert where there's not much to eat or hunt. Like that's how many wolves there must be in this area. If they're trying to make a living in that climate where they're not really suited for it, then there must be so much competition. So it actually makes sense that they're attacking the humans. I feel like we're all, Joe included, projecting facts onto scenario that aren't presented in the text. Well, I'm just trying to make it make sense. Yeah, you're right. But that's what you do when you consume art. Like, you fill in the gaps. You think about it. And if it's a good piece of media, then it's prepared for you to do that. I still haven't had a good answer, by the way. Like, maybe I should just move on, but I'm just curious. I'm genuinely curious. It's not a challenge. Like, what do you want the humans to do? For those of you who are thinking that the humans are in the wrong, what's the alternative? Does art need an answer? Persona 3 did. I'm not saying the humans are wrong. I'm just saying that specific act was wrong and the wolves' reaction was justified. Why was that action wrong? If there's a threat and you know it's a threat and you can preemptively make the threat be reduced so less of your people die, what's wrong with doing that? Specifically in the scenario where it's with an entity that you cannot reason with, cannot communicate with, cannot find common ground with, there is no negotiation. You literally cannot make a deal. There is nothing you can do. Good question. So say you have someone who's a known murderer of your people, and you might be able to take him off guard and prevent that kind of murder in the future? Something like that, yeah. I guess it depends on what kind of murderer they are. We're returning to the Persona 4 debate now, kind of in that area. You mean racial profiling? Yep, that's exactly what I mean. I have my coffee, sorry, be right back. Hope I don't run across any elves on my way to the... Legolas, no!
I fear the next card fate holds for us.
Nobody is saying that, but there's a whole lot of difference between surviving and preemptive action. I don't think there is in this context, though. Like, if there's a group of predators in your climate, I don't know why I'm doing a hypothetical. We can just use the wolves. There are a bunch of wolves nearby in the settlement. When people go out of their settlement, the wolves sometimes attack and kill humans. If you knew that you could go to the source of the wolves and reduce the threat, that you could 100% minimize human losses to your community, why wouldn't you do that? Why is that a bad thing? Because again, you can't communicate with them, and that's really a really important part of this hypothetical. They're wolves, they're animals. You can't communicate with them. You just can't do it. If you could communicate with them, it would be a completely different hypothetical and different story. Of course it would, but you can't communicate with them. Like, I feel like people are like equally valuing wolf life to human life, and if that's the case that you have, then okay, fair enough. I could probably understand that. I wouldn't respect it, but I can understand it. But as a human, I value human life more than other life because I am a human. And I think most people agree with that, and I think most people that live in Facade would agree with that, so I just don't see what's wrong with that. Furries? Furries are human. What's Gatsby's take on the matter? He doesn't get a say, he's not human. To clarify, I was drawing a corollary, I can't say this word very well, between your depiction of how the humans feel about wolves and how the Shades feel about rifles, but you can communicate with rifles, so it's not the same. The Shades can communicate with rifles. If they can't communicate with rifles for whatever reason, then yeah, I would say that the Shades are probably justified in what they would do to rifles, yeah. But so far, the Shades seem to be able to communicate. If they're capable of high enough level thought to recognize that there's a threat to them, and they can preemptively take them out, and they have that amount of planning, considering what we know about the rest of the Shades, that Shade would also be capable of communicating. And rifles is capable of communicating too. So I think that's a different hypothetical at that point. Rifles literally just said, look, it doesn't matter what a Shade is or isn't thinking. All that matters is that we kill every last one of them. And he is someone who has never successfully communicated with a Shade. If a Shade came up to him and started talking to him and said, hey, you know what? We actually are sentient and we can actually talk and blah, 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 blah. We'd have to see how he reacts. He is speaking out of ignorance. He thinks that they're mindless killing machines. He basically thinks that they're insects that are very, 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 like he thinks that they're insects from Starship Troopers. He is operating under incomplete information. Now, if he got that information and he still hated them, okay, now we can criticize him, and now I think it's fair. But right now, he doesn't know that. The Shades think of rifles like the humans think of wolves, but they can communicate. The wolves can't, and that's a really big difference. Okay, but rifles legitimately never try to, nor does it even cross his mind. Why is the burden on him? I'm not sure if I agree with that, by the way, but why is the burden on him? Why does it matter? Because the Shades attack rifles all the time, and there's way more mindless, vicious Shades, from my understanding, than there are vicious, mindless replicants or humans. I agree with you, but to be fair, there's a line before the cutoff of the replay where rifle says, it doesn't matter if they can talk, I will kill them all the same. And it's very easy to say that when you know that they can't talk, or you think that they can't talk. One of the wolves can. That's not a wolf, that's a Shade. Rifle says this after a Shade talks to him in the Forest quest. Oh, the Forest of Myth thing? The VN section, they don't have agency in that. It explicitly shows at the beginning. I don't know if that's real, by the way, but that could be a good argument. But it specifically shows that they don't have full agency about that. Those aren't the same characters. It explicitly shows you that them saying things, and then the characters go, what the fuck, I wouldn't say that. Right afterwards. And then they're getting kind of like corrupted into the story or brought into the story. They're being puppeted. And he communicates with the other wolves, so they are capable of communication. I don't know. The wolves just kind of go along with it. If there was a path to communication through the wolves, through that Shade wolf, and that's the first time we see that wolf is right before the assassination the wolf does. Okay, if that is a path, then okay, now my view on that changes. Now the king could talk to the Shade wolf, and they could communicate, and they could find a way to be like, hey, this is our land, you have your land, we want to coexist. Here's the boundaries, blah 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 blah, and yeah, now it changes. But until that point, like, I don't know when that Shade Wolf appears. But we agree this should be on the Shade Wolf's fault. Yeah, like, this is going to be a flawed comparison, probably. Let's imagine that trees have sentience and we don't know. Let's imagine that this tree actually has thoughts and can think things. Maybe not in the way that humans fully understand, but the trees actually have thoughts, okay? And we just cut down trees indiscriminately because, you know, like, obviously they're still alive, but we don't think that they feel pain. We don't think that they have any, like, that sort of thing. Let's imagine that the trees could communicate with humans, and they could speak up and they could say, hey, we're actually feel pain and we're actually alive, and you cutting us down is actually really fucked up, by the way, and we wish you wouldn't do it. And they just choose not to. The humans aren't doing anything wrong by cutting down the trees. The humans don't know that, and it's the burden of the trees to speak up and try to do the best that they can to be like, hey, like, what the fuck are you doing? Or if there was one tree that was special that could talk, it would be the burden on the tree to try and open that line of communication, not on the humans. But if we knew it, would we stop cutting down the trees? We don't have to get there yet. We're not even discussing like the results right now. What we're discussing is like the morality of what's going on with the conflicts in this game. Right now, chat's argument, and forgive me if I'm strawmanning, I don't mean to. Right now, chat's argument with the scenario I just did is that humans are immoral and fucked up for killing trees when we don't know any better. And I disagree with that. What do you mean by chat? The people that are disagreeing with me in chat, sorry, yeah, should be more clear. Killing trees is objectively bad, though. From what I understand, the main point of the game is to explore the kind of mentality that people use to justify committing atrocities. You can see that Nier and the gang are good people at heart, but even if they is Kaine, but even then they still kill shades indiscriminately. The shades do that too. That's the 9/11 inspiration that the game draws from. You can argue it's flawed. I don't see how you're getting to 9/11 from there. Sorry, I don't think it's about making you feel bad about your actions necessarily. I'm not getting the 9/11 comparison. Killing trees is objectively blue. Oh shit, Nasu's in the chat. Fuck.
Learned anything new about the Shadowlord's key, Popola?
And now they've not only opened trade routes, but they freely exchange information about the Shadowlord.
I agree. It seems rather unnatural and dangerous.
You're overthinking it. Besides, I don't care if it's dangerous.
Try speaking with the chief when you get there.
Why aren't you stopping? Was it a Devola and Popola scene before this one? I think it's gonna happen now when we leave, or when we go to the fields.
The Aerie, huh? Alright, let's go see the chief.
Yotaru said that he took inspiration from 9/11 for making this game in Drakengard, which is why everyone's praising it. I'm not seeing the 9/11 comparisons in this whatsoever.
What a soul-crushing place.
So if that was the intent, either it's lost on me or it's not done well enough to land. Maybe in Drakengard. Yeah, I mean, I need to play Drakengard 1, 2, and 3 to fully understand it. But backwards. The themes of going out and doing the War on Terror, not the exact facts on the War on Terror. I'm still not seeing the comparison. I can see some links with dehumanizing that happens with a lot of situations like that, and a lot of atrocities in the past and the responses to them, blah, 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 but it's not really applicable here. Definitely not with the wolves. Is it not? Absolutely not. I'd be really interested to hear a compelling argument otherwise, yeah.
I cannot fathom.
Especially with the, like, probably even more so with the zombie shades, if that is applicable. Like the shades that are just mindless dangers that will just attack anything that comes near them. I don't, like, at that point they aren't human. So how are you having comparisons between like the evilness of dehumanizing people who can communicate, who are, a lot of them probably innocent, who don't deserve hate, don't deserve retribution, blah 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 blah, and saying that that's the same thing as you fighting literal monsters that aren't human and are a danger? That's actually disgusting. I don't get it.
Open their minds.
Yeah, I have my doubts.
Like, that's the opposite of good. Oh no, the War on Terror. Like, what?
Ooh, the village. It's home to so many terrible little memories, isn't it, Kaine?
Shut up, shut up, shut up!
We do not desire.
Okay, so not Devola and Popola this time. It's from the Shade's perspective. Okay.
We do not desire needless conflict.
If we can continue to live with humans,
then we can continue to live peacefully.
But that young man will come.
Yes, the young man will come.
He will kill us all. Women and children included.
What should we do? What can we do?
Talk to him and tell him that not all of you are like this, and demonstrate. Maybe by, you know, setting up a market and selling him things and realizing that we can coexist and it could be a mutually beneficial arrangement. Okay. This is really stupid. Yeah, say don't shoot. Don't shoot! Don't shoot. Hey, genocidal maniac. Oh, we have to go to the guy. This time I remembered. Thank you, Techstorm, for the 6 months, 4 months, 17 minutes ago, right after the break, sorry. Yeah, the ethical dilemma is a little ham-fisted, and the non-human aspect of the cast is half-baked, but they're no longer high school students at least. So wait, that's next week? Is it? I thought it was college in Metaphor. Is it really high school again? Fucking hell. Are you at some like war academy or something? Fuck. Are you at Weeb Hogwarts? Just to be clear, because it's been a lot of like back and forth with the chat. I still think the game is really interesting by setting this all up and giving you a lot to think about. I think it's really cool. Most games aren't like this. I do right now. I'm having some problems with the landing and some of the execution, but I still think it's pretty good. Like I'm enjoying it. I even enjoy how it recontextualizes the side quests and stuff like that. Like, yeah, it's definitely has something to say. It's saying it in a pretty interesting way, which is more I can say for most games. Like, yeah, I still think that it's definitely interesting.
Hello? We're here from Popola's village.
It's all over.
We came to ask about the letter you sent.
Please save all condemnation until last ending has been reached. Only if I can also save all praise until the last ending has been reached. Which in case we can just make...
Our days are numbered. Our village is doomed.
As cheerful as ever, it seems.
You're the one who wrote the letter, right?
I don't know about any letter.
What the hell is going on here?
It may be faster for us to take our inquiries elsewhere.
Can I read the letter?
Let us ask around.
I know I skipped over it. Can I read the letter? No. Fragment? No. Documents? Not that one. What really bothers me is that you put most of the responsibility on the shoulders of the Shades and the Wolves, e.g. the others. Why does that bother you? What are the people supposed to do? If the vast majority of the Shades are mindless zombies, pretty much, they're attacking all humans, why is it the burden on the humans to go and find a Shade that will talk to them and communicate? If most of the wolves, or even all of the wolves, are just, you know, how animals are, that are aggressive when something approaches them and will attack on sight, why is it on the humans to find a way to find a wolf to talk to? Why would they even think they could talk to a wolf? Is the letter not here? It seems like it should be. Oh, here it is. Office of the Chief of the Aerie. So it's a fake letter, or did the guy forget it? Why would the wolf think about talking to a human? Okay. Are you trolling? No? Okay. So maybe the reason why you're having that thought is because you saw the Shade Wolf that seems to have some form of like higher intelligence, right? But remember, we're not talking about the Shade Wolf. We're just talking about wolves in general. Wolves aren't capable of that level of thought. That's the problem that you're having is my whole point. Like you can't talk to the wolves. That's the communication is the heart of it, right? So the issue that you're having when you're saying like, okay, why would a wolf even think about talking to a human? Yeah, that's the issue. It can't. It's not capable of doing that. And every single interaction that the wolves have with humans reinforces that to the humans. So if that's not the case and the wolves can talk, then they need to demonstrate that. You talk as if you understand how a wolf thinks. I don't fully understand how a wolf thinks, but I know it's not capable of communicating because we've never been able to do it. This is why I kept saying yesterday, they're wolves, and I thought that was enough, but it's not, probably because of the Shade Wolf. I understand where the problem's coming from. And isn't that just as much our fault? Why should a wolf learn to speak? Chatter, it can't. It can't learn how to speak. It's a wolf. That's the whole point. It's not that it should have to, it can't. There's no communication. There is a hostile group of things that are in the world that are attacking another group on site, and communication is impossible. That's the whole point. So what are you supposed to do in that case? Yes, the point is we communicate differently. No, there's no communication possible. Even communication among wolves is pretty limited in scope. Like they're not, when a wolf howls, they're not having conversations about Shakespeare while Wolf Shakespeare. Can you communicate with Gatsby? In a very limited way, yes. And that's through like training and reinforcement. I just know stream has still a sword in the tags. Sword. And when I learned how to communicate with Gatsby in that way, Gatsby wasn't trying to eat me or kill me or scratch me or bite me or anything else like that. Joe falling for the Omega bait so he can't finish it. I don't think I'm falling for the bait. This chatter has been here for a long time. I feel like they have some sort of block or fixation on something here, or I'm wrong and there's something about the game that I don't understand about the wolves, or it's because of the Shade Wolf. I know this name. This person has been in the community for a long time, and I feel bad that they're getting blasted by chat right now. I hate the assumption that others have to conform to us instead of the other way around. They don't have to. It's just that in this case there is fighting happening. And communication can help with that, and communication's not possible. So, like, what are the humans supposed to do other than just let the wolves eat them? Is the issue? I guess that's why it's a tragedy. It's very tragic that there's no good answer here. One side has to lose. And just because I'm a human, I'm siding with the humans. I don't think the wolves are evil. I don't think the wolves are immoral or bad or anything like that for defending themselves or anything like that. It's just that I just happen to, if I was a wolf, I would feel differently. It's just that I'm a human, so I'm siding with the humans. And also because there are way fewer humans than there are wolves. If the humans kill all those wolves in the desert, it would be a tragedy, but there would still be like millions of wolves left in the world. If those wolves took over Facade and killed everyone in Facade, that might be like 10% of all the humans in the world just got wiped out. Which is a lot. Is the wolf a druid? I don't know what the Shade Wolf is. Yeah, I don't know what that is. Maybe we're gonna find out about it. I think I got triggered by the narrative. They're inherently capable of communication. It's fine. They're inherently capable of communication with. Let's not go into it. Actually, it's fine. All right. I'm sorry that chat was mean there, Nihil. I'm sorry. Hopefully we're okay. If we're not, I understand, but hopefully we're all right. Bringing us to a new village. I hope everything is going well. Our village has shut itself away from the world for far too many years, and we have therefore decided it's time to change our ways. As part of this endeavor, we have resolved to establish a shop within the village. It is now open for business, and I look forward to seeing great many customers do this from all over the world. With regards to the sacrifice keyword you wrote about, one of our villagers claimed to know the meaning behind the term. You are more than welcome to speak with him on the matter as part of your visit to the area. I hope to hear from you again soon. Okay, so is this a fake letter from Popola, or from the chief, or from the shades here? We are fine. I didn't really read chat. Coggers, that's good. Okay. Chat wasn't being like really, really bad, but I know what it's like to be on the receiving end of chat being obnoxious like that. So yeah, I'm sorry. It's not nice, especially when you're not being paid to be here, you know, like I am. So, and even sometimes then I still forget to put up with it. Okay, so everyone here is a shade, right? Or most of the people are?
Make sure you stock up on necessities before heading out to hunt.
Hunt what?
Come back anytime.
Letter? Sorry, I can't help you.
Is everyone here a shade? No, the brother wasn't, with the sister that we're about to kill. Is that why they're stuck inside? It would seem like they're afraid of the sunlight.
Huh? A letter? I don't know anything about a letter.
Huh? A sweater? Oh, a letter. No, sorry. Don't know about that.
A letter, huh? Yeah, I think I heard something about that.
So, you know about the letter?
Maybe I don't. I'm not sure. Which is it, man? Oh, and if I may ask, are you friends of Kaine?
You could say that.
Ah, I've heard the rumors. Here to hunt shades, are you?
He brings up the shades.
Indeed. Our aim is to defeat every last one. Every last one? Everyone?
Wyfels doesn't even say it. This sucks. I'm sorry. I don't like this at all.
Beware, this man is a shade. Damn it, it's a trap. I figured as much.
You guys sure are taking your goddamn
It looks like a
time.
trap too. They just attack out of nowhere. They didn't have to.
Apologies. We were distracted by the local welcoming party.
Want some help?
A carnival of murder? I love it. Yeah.
Tyran's so much fun. I like Tyran.
The villagers are possessed!
But not all of them. Some are still human, so be careful.
They attack because they feel threatened. It's dumb, but the shades are dumb. Well, if you're so dumb that you're starting fights with someone, then that's on you, isn't it? It's again tragic, but oh well. Like, what are the humans meant to do? Just put up with endless stupidity and aggression? Like, they can't. At a certain point, you have to be like, no. Now, whether they got to that point too quickly, maybe. I don't know. I don't know how this started.
Get out of here! No way! I'm not going to abandon my own sister!
Kaine, what's going on?
I thought that was
Don't be
2B for a
fooled by this
second.
lady.
Holy shit.
She's a shade.
How did they get those bodies? Was that possessed humans, or was it shades took the form of humans? Because if they were possessed humans, then every shade there is inhabiting a body against the body's will, the owner of the body's will. That's
Stay
fucked up.
back, kid. Your sister is one of them now.
I don't care what she is. She's my sister, and I love her.
And this one isn't even a shade. I think it is. It just turned into one. Unless the shade appeared conveniently underneath the body. The body's gone, right? I think it is a shade.
Stop it! Don't hurt my sister!
Oh my god, you killed Kaine. You bastards. Does South Park still kill Kenny every episode? I haven't. Did I ask this recently and chat said no? I haven't watched South Park since I was 17, so.
What madness. These people are behaving as if we are the villains.
Kaine!
Villagers are under attack over there.
It's hard to take Kaine seriously when she's dressed like that. Isn't she dressed like that because the shadow parts of her have to be not like will burn in sunlight, and she doesn't want it to take over the rest of her body, so she wants to be exposed to as much sunlight as possible. It's just quiet all over again.
Damn it, Kaine! You gotta get up! Emil, watch Kaine. I'll go clean up over there.
All right.
This was first, to be fair. That's Kaine Chiptooth. She ate cement as a child. Nice one, Shadow. Oh, I eat cement now. I'm cementary. I haven't played this game. I feel it's probably for affirming her femininity. Is something to do with her body? It might be that too, yeah. I thought of that, but I don't want to approach that topic until I know more information. I would err on the side of sunlight at the moment, but like the shades being damaged from sunlight just seems to be a kind of like when we want it to be fact. What's the oldest game you played? Probably Pong? Something from the Pong era? Late 70s, early 80s, something like that? Games sucked back then, man.
By my pages, is this beast a shade as well?
That thing sucked up the villagers.
Why can some shades turn into this? Is this an amalgamation of shades? Or is this a shade that's been around for a long time? Is it like the older they get, the more powerful they are? Is it just aura and vibes? What are the rules, if there are rules? Didn't the boat one get powerful eating humans? Yeah, maybe it's consuming humans that makes them powerful. I'm not sure. Have you ever tried a Virtual Boy? I tried it once at the Video Game Museum and it was fucking horrible. Yes! When the Virtual Boy first came out, my uncle, who was sometimes into video games, rented it, and fucking hell, that was horrible. It hurt to play. Devola and Popola said the boat girl was the best defense to Shadowlord when awry, so I think she was way strong before eating people. Then again, maybe she ate the sailors even strong. Yeah, it's a good point, actually. That's a good thing to bring up. Yeah, maybe she was already that powerful. She was one of the more powerful shades. In light of this entire thing, you decided to stream Three Houses. Is Three Houses got a plot like this?
You should be able to attack.
Every single time I forget to go up the second ladder.
Go around and get it.
Maybe we should cancel Three Houses.
Please, hurry.
Emil can handle this. We must circle behind the creature at once.
Devola and Popola also knew likely everything, so it could be that they found a way to make them more powerful. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck Devola and Popola are trying to do. I'm really curious to see how that's going to resolve itself. Right now, they seem like the true villains of the story. Shadowlord just wants his sister back. What if there's some sort of like strength, inner strength that comes from certain people? Because like, it seems like Wyfels is the most powerful shell that there is, and it also seems like original Wyfels is the most powerful shade that there is. So is that intentionally, or is it like a reflection sort of thing?
Catch my breath.
3 Hours is arguably worse because in addition to clunky writing, creating moral ambiguity, giving people hold the idiot ball depending on what route you do, the discourse is eternal. It's going to be so peak. Oh, awesome. I'm looking so forward to it. So it was Sabotage voting that up. Okay. You have to cancel 3 houses. It's been such a long time since voting. Most of the people who voted for it are already dead or old or no longer watching you. It also was a favor to begin with. That's been the plan all along, actually, to just outlast them. Yeah. You just found this weekend. Cell structure resident mental disorders believed to be caused by external factors. Everyone transitional cellular mechanism research effective treatments is underway.
Emil, wait.
Can I skip this?
Emil! He's gone. His instincts have taken hold. The ultimate weapon.
I can skip this too, right? If it's asking me, then I'm guessing I can skip it.
What have I done?
We had best be off.
Yeah.
I can't understand a word they're saying in the song, by the way, and it's still a vibe, and it puts me at peace. If only the Shades had tried. Honestly, only even the Shades of the Aerie, I had no idea what the letter was about. My thought is that Popola saw the Aerie turning into a rogue Shade village with possessed people, so she sent Nier to fake letter, causing them to panic and die into attacking them. Though I still have no clue. It does seem like that, doesn't it? Yeah. If that's the case, then she really is like pure evil, huh?
Maybe Popola's found some information about the Shadowlord. Let's drop by the village.
Very well.
Very weird. You can skip all the cutscenes and see the new stuff is in the cutscenes. Yeah, I just want to make sure, and also like maybe some have a different vibe with more information. I also don't want to get in the habit of just mindlessly skipping the cutscenes and then I might skip one of the new Devola and Popola ones, right? Oh, this is a good coffee. Holy shit.
Hey, Popola.
Ah, you're back.
Have you learned anything more about the Shadowlord's key?
I'm sorry, but it's going to take me some time yet.
I see. Well, can I take something off your plate in the meantime?
Oh, how about this? You know the ferryman with the red bag, right? Well, he's been skipping out on work lately.
Do we have any indication of the town from Kaine's flashback in the Aerie being the same place? I don't remember if it was explicitly said in the flashback that it was the Aerie, but it is implied that it is the same place, yes.
Can I ask you to go to Seafront and check on him?
Sure thing.
Okay, so now you're sending us back there to... okay. Is it just a coincidence that the red bag died, or did you send the red bag person into the ship? Or did did ship lass just so happen to find that person and using it as an opportunity? I would be fine with accepting that coincidence easily.
This feels alarmingly familiar.
I'm sure that couple is merely having another one of their inane spats. Let us do our utmost not to get dragged into it this time,
And if you swapped wolves for giant wasps, people would understand your stance much easier. Unironically, you're probably right. Yep. Or a race of the table from Abiotic Factor. Oh, fuck that table. Oh. Hairless wolves would also do it. It's me, I'm the hairless wolf. No one's mad about killing the scorpions in the desert.
Yeesh. I don't think I've ever seen fog this thick before. Huh? What's that?
What if Ronald McDonald gave the Shade speech but turned them into tables from Abiotic Factory? Abiotic Factor? Burn them all. Who's he talking to? It's probably just inner monologue that we're privy to. I think it's fine. It's kind of funny that everywhere's like, damn, shades are scary, and one place is just like, it's just, man, fuck these wolves. It is interesting, yeah? Like, why is it wolves in that area? And also, where are the shades in that area? There are only a few, right? Are the wolves, like, keeping them back? What are the wolves even hunting? Yeah.
Oh god, it's over. My life is over.
Would you explore an abandoned shipwreck? Probably not. I would be afraid part of it would topple over and I would die. Now that I have kids, absolutely not. It would be irresponsible of me. Before I had kids, yeah, I would be more willing to do dangerous things without kids, yeah.
What's wrong?
And here we go again. Shall we begin by asking around at the tavern like before?
I hope the writer had fun with these lines.
Yeah.
Now it's Final Fantasy 14. Okay, I can't skip this. Is it because it's new?
Hard to believe a ship of this size, man.
That's why.
Hey. Okay, but
if you're just tuning in, the reason why we're skipping the dialogue is because this game has you repeating a lot of the content multiple times to see it in a different way, and to see different scenes interspersed with the original scenes. And we have seen the scene before, and there's nothing new, so we were just skipping through it just to save time. It's the third time that we've done the shipwreck bit, so you know, we've already seen the new context, and I don't think I'm going to get anything more out of it. Maybe that's wrong with me, but that's what we're doing.
An attraction for the locals.
Like Silent Hill F, like Silent Hill F, yes, very much like it, yes.
Seeing people like that puts a little spring in your step, you know?
Anybody want him?
hey there. Well, check it.
He's having a midwinter shed. Just we're in the middle of winter. Why are you shedding your coat again, bro?
So act you.
This game do it better than Silent Hill F. I remember you not being the biggest fan of it in F. The combat is more enjoyable in this game and is easier to get through than in F. So yeah, and it's easier to skip. I feel like they're adding more parts of it in or they're being more obvious about the parts that they're adding to this, rather than Silent Hill F being like, oh, better watch the whole entire cutscene just for like one shot at the end is different. I still liked it a bit in F, but it turned out to not be worth it at all. Like F was weird actually. Fucking hell. I thought it was going in a completely different direction, and I feel like with the very last route, it just kind of undid or undermined everything it was going for. I enjoyed your streams of F. I enjoyed them too overall. It was interesting, but like, man, it was a bit rough in times. The ending where the two dudes bro out together was pretty funny though. Cosmic horror bro out, yeah.
Say there, lad, have you ever penned a missive?
You mean a letter? No. I'm not big on writing.
Distribute some free literature.
What I want to say.
Did chat tell you that the game director of F said that the last ending is not canon? Ryukishi? It said that, or that's a different person, right? Ryukishi was just the writer, not the director? Or did Ryukishi direct it too? Last thing is not canon, is not considered more narratively significant. It's just you needed context for the other endings to get that one. Really? I don't believe them. That sounds like post hoc to me. Silent Hill 2 is kind of like that. I thought the joke ending or non-canon ending in Silent Hill 2 was the alien one. Sorry, not canon, not canon, not more canon than the other ones. Oh, okay, all right.
Hey, Louise.
Wait. Oh, it's the music scene. Okay, not the scene with the blood. Who would you say are the top 3-ish video game writers? I have no idea. I don't know the names of the people that did the writing for Disco Elysium, but that would be up there.
Songs.
Ryukishi is pretty good if you count them as games. Josh Sawyer and Avalon are really good. I don't really know the names of video game writers all that much.
You know,
I'm a little weird, chat or chatter. I don't really give a shit usually about who is making something. I just care about what they made.
Hey.
I've never really gave a fuck about that my whole entire life. I will just consume stuff and just be like, whether this is good or not. This is a flaw of mine. I don't think it's a good thing. I should follow people more and know their work more and like be into it and excited for what they're doing, but I typically don't.
I'm sensing some really weird magic going on here.
Yeah.
What? It's...
Is that why you don't ever plug your books? I don't know why I don't ever plug my books. It just doesn't really occur to me. I don't really like self-promotion in general. So it's not specifically that I don't like self-promoting books. I don't like self-promoting anything I do. Don't Starve was such a good game. I agree. Really good game. I should play it again. That's how they talk in Don't Starve. I just don't like Summer in the new update, where like your ship gets stuck on fire and you have to put your hands on it and take damage. Speaking of books, we were talking last week about how great Robin Hobb's character writing is. Do you have a favorite character from her books? Did I say her character writing is great? I think she is pretty good at character writing. I don't know if that's the standout I like from her. I really like Fitz, Shade, and the Fool, obviously. I really like those characters. Shade was probably my favorite character in the whole entire series. I really like Shade or Shade. C-H-A-D. Fitz is good too, though, but he's stupid sometimes. The Farseer trilogy begins with a character named Fitz, who is a royal bastard, who is the bastard of a prince of a kingdom, and the prince is called Chivalry. So Fitz's full name is Fitz Chivalry, but he's just usually Fitz. and it becomes like a political pawn even when he's a child because of his status as a royal bastard, and he's taken to he was born in a town far away from the kingdom where the prince is royalty, and he's taken there I can't remember how old he is when he's taken from his original home to the castle town on the coast. He's like 6 or 8, I can't remember. So he's a royal bastard in secret in some cases. Some people know about him, the king knows about him, but it's not really a public sort of affair. It's a big like scandal that Chivalry like cheated on his wife and had a baby with someone else. And basically he becomes an assassin, which is why it's called the Assassin's Apprentice. As he's a royal bastard, he's important to the crown as like someone they can send as like an emissary who also knows how to assassinate people, and he's taught to be an assassin from a very young age. Not an assassin in the sense that he's jumping off of walls and stabbing people in the neck like Assassin's Creed, but like poison and subterfuge, that sort of thing. And Shade is the one that trains him, and there's a really interesting scene where he gets a room in the castle finally, and there's a false wall that opens up and he has to go up, and that's when he starts being trained to be an assassin at night. And the scenes where he's being trained are really cool and interesting. So, you know, I don't know. The books are kind of cheesy, but I really like them.
Oh, what foolishness.
You can also talk to animals.
What is with this ship anyway?
There's 2 magic systems called the skill and the wit, and Fitz has both. And wit is being able to talk to animals, and it's considered to be like a dirty magic. It's like a lot of people who have the wit are shunned as being like too close to animals. That they're very ostracized. Even wolves. He actually pairs with a wolf at some point. That's his partner. He has a wolf partner. Night Eyes. Night Eyes is a very good character. How do they talk? Psychically. They have like a psychic link that only Fitz can understand him through telepathy. What book is this? It's the Farseer trilogy, the Assassin's Apprentice. I don't know if does he meet Night Eyes in the first book? I can't remember when he meets Night Eyes.
Sounds like it came from the floor above us.
They're really important books to me. I read them when I first moved back to Canada, and I lost all my friends and everything when I moved to Canada as a teenager, and I just got really into those books, and I read them a lot. The first trilogy, and then the second trilogy came out. Just so happened to come out right as I was finishing the first trilogy, so I got more books to read.
Toppled by the girl we saw at the entrance.
Did you read all 3 trilogies? Opinions? Yeah, I didn't really care for the third trilogy as much as the first 2. I might appreciate it more now, but yeah, I read it and I wasn't too thrilled with it. I can't remember how he meets somebody when he's really young, right? I think he meets in a market. Someone caught a wolf in cage and is trying to pass it off as a dog, and Fitz is like, this is not a dog, this is a wolf, and you're mistreating him, and he saves him, and they become reluctant friends. Do you hear Brandon Sanderson's got a good deal for adapting his books? He's writing the screenplay for a movie. Oh, is he really? That's cool. I'm surprised it hasn't happened already, actually. That seems like right for the taking. I should read some Sanderson. I should read more in general, actually. I really miss reading. But I can barely have time to watch TV even while I'm eating food lately, so yeah. God, there's just not enough time in the day. Fucking hell. Like if I want to like look after myself by getting some exercise, not order food so I do some cooking, spend time with the kids, go to the gym, do work. Like most days I have like maybe an hour free, sometimes not even. To get in bed on time, especially with narcolepsy as well. Like fucking hell. Like the only time I have ever like free time is on days that I don't stream, and also when if I stay up late and I can't sleep. Rather a full life than an empty one? I don't know. Yeah, that's true. Just enough time to learn code, draw, and speak Japanese. Yeah, I think that's maybe why my brain goes to that, where I'm like, I wish I had, I could do this sorts of things, because I want some spare time. Try to remember last time we talked about fantasy, but I think you'd like Fondalee's Green Bone Saga if you get back into reading, kind of like Fantasy Godfather, and doesn't have the meandering thing that you don't like. Oh, really? Oh, that's cool. Can you DM me on Discord the name of it so I can put it on a list? And you don't like wearing headphones, but listening to an audiobook while cooking or working out would give you some reading time. Yeah, it would, wouldn't it? Yeah, maybe I need to get over that problem. I listen to a lot of music with my earbuds in, so I'm getting used to it. I think you'd really enjoy Discworld too. Yeah, Pratchett's really witty, and I like witty writing. If you knew Japanese, would you play Japanese games in JP audio on stream? No. I would play games probably, it depends. I would probably play games subbed rather than dubbed on my own, but it depends on the game. I do it because a lot of people listen to the streams instead of watching them. Thank you, Feels Bandman, for the 20 months. I'm an assassin now. I'm assassinry.
Is that?
Assassinry? Oh, I'm assassinry. So if you had 0 viewers, exactly. If I keep having arguments with chat, soon I will have 0 viewers. I need to learn to pander. Oh, I'm pandering now. I'm pandering, Henry. No pandering? I'll just pretend to be senile to do the pandering. It'll be fine. Oh, try this one. I'm a period 100 years now. I'm century. All right. Pretty good. Pretty good. Lack of pandering is unironically one of the strengths of your stream streaming. Yeah, I think it's good too. I don't think I could pander, to be honest, but yeah, I don't know. It would help the old bank account if I did pander. I wonder if the note that is written poorly is from the girl.
Oh man, that smell is getting ripe. How you feeling there, sunshine?
Not great. Can't you tell?
Ain't all the weaving kind of pandering. The content that we're choosing is kind of playing to the audience, yeah, but that's not the kind of pandering I'm talking about. But anyway, sure. How did you get through the ship, bro?
Hey, it's you.
Stay the hell away from her.
Have you seen Hardcore Henry? Oh, I'm hardcore now. It's a Mitch budget, sorry, and yet immediately shot first-person movie based on FPS games, cinematics, and montages. I think I've heard of that. I haven't seen it though. Joe, you're quite flexible as content-wise as it is. If you really need to pander, I can make suggestions. Grand strategy barely consumes any time. So true, so true. Terra Invicta playthrough, here we go. Terra Invicta Sundays on a Saturday. I would unironically love to do a stream Terra Invicta playthrough with chat helping me through the game and shit, and we could learn the game together. Terra Invicta looks like a really fun time to me. Grand strategy Sundays. Please don't, yeah, it would take all year playing that once a week.
Glad you two made it out in one piece.
Yeah.
One piece.
No, we should use the opportunity to ready ourselves.
What's Terra Invicta? Terra Invicta these. Terra Invicta is a 4X strategy game that is based in real Earth. That happens in like 2026 when an alien ship crash lands on Earth, and you have to take over the Earth against other secret societies like the Illuminati sort of thing, while dealing with the alien supposed invasion or the reality that aliens exist, and you have to like get like corporations on your side and take over countries, and I don't know exactly. I haven't played it, so I'm only like seeing for some walkthroughs on YouTube. But it really scales out. Like first of all, you can take over Earth, and then you can actually build like bases on the Moon and Mars and in different parts of the solar system, and like you have to research certain tech and everything like that. And it's really cool and interesting.
Oh, listen, it's singing.
Sounds like XCOM. It's actually made by the people that made the Longest War mod for XCOM, so that is right on the money, Merrick. Yeah, it sounds cool. It does sound cool. Apparently, it's not the best game in the world, so I don't know. Yeah, it looks really interesting to me, but it's one of those big time things. Could we understand the voice last time? Yes, but we couldn't the first time. Is the same thing for the third time? Has anything changed? I was not here, sorry. So far, the only thing that's changed has been that there's been some scenes with the Devola and Popola meeting and being like puppet masters behind the scenes with a bunch of the shit that we're doing in this stage of the game. It's been almost identical so far. Okay, these feel like they have like, they're based on the amount of hits that you do to them, not the amount of health damage that you do. People telling me subtitles were there last time, but her voice was still gibberish. Oh, can you actually understand her voice, sort of thing? I think you could understand some of what she said last time in terms of voice. We'll speak the same language. Interesting. Interesting the game is bringing up the communication thing. I think I'm right, Chad. I'm sorry. As always, I think I'm right. Also, I'm not stubborn.
You're doing it for him? How sad. How precious.
If God said I wasn't real, I simply wouldn't believe him. Yeah, that wasn't like coming from a place of I'm right though. It was coming from a place of like being like conviction in my own life. Of course God would be right in the scenario, it's God. But I just don't think anyone who has the full sense of agency and has consciousness would be able to disagree with God in that context, you know what I mean? Like intellectually I know I'm wrong.
Did we get it?
Not yet, sir. It's my favorite quote of yours. Is it really? I just came back while we were debating God. It's because it's a JRPG.
Oh, hell. That thing's huge. To think it could recover from such a grievous wound.
Ordinary attacks aren't gonna do shit against this thing.
We'll just have to up our own attacks to match.
Yeah.
You get its weakness by now, yeah, Sunshine?
Yeah, boss.
Well, then, get to
let's go.
Before we're all dead.
No, damn it.
Get him, boss.
The core of this thing is in the mouth. We need to get up there.
Are you serious?
But how are we supposed to do that?
Instead of wasting time running your mouths, how about you keep attacking the damn thing until it falls over?
Hey, the guy from before's collapsed on the beach. That shade's got some kind of hard-on for it. We should take him hostage.
Shut your
Did he need to say it like that, though?
I'm not in the business of using my blades on people.
Carmen's voice makes me think of Gilbert Gottfried, like an impersonation of him. Yeah, it is kind of like Gilbert Gottfried, isn't it? Have you ever seen the video of Gilbert Gottfried reading 50 Shades of Grey? It's so fucking funny. Wait, what? Whoa, what's going on?
Now's your chance. Run, lad. Attack the part of her that looks like a girl. Watch your step, lad. Do not tumble into the sea.
Run, lad. Run to ship lass.
The Shade's core is inside its mouth. Hurry!
All I want to do is to be with him. Oh, you know what? Shit, hold on. Let me let her finish talking. Is she done? Why is this different? Wait, if it's the same thing every time, how can it be different? So far it's just been perspectives that have been different. Is it because I was stronger? Oh, it's because I was strong enough to knock it down. Okay. But what's the context of that? Last time I was strong enough to finish the radial and it didn't knock it down. I guess I could have ground this out and did it. Maybe? I don't know. There was no scene of threatening the postman because we knocked it down fast enough, I guess. Maybe? I don't know. Huh. Is he gonna be sad? That's actually not correct because the last one you were strong enough at least at 1 HP. That's what I thought too. We have verified the level of compatibility to donate bodies of the weapons and brought in according to our we continue to use them such as research to move forward to project number 6. 1 week later.
Thanks. You really saved our bacon.
We have bacon?
You've all done so much for me.
No,
Can you try the other option with life this time? I don't think it's... we could have, I guess. I don't know. I just don't want to lie. Is one of the endings based on lying? Does the postman just start faking letters? How are you standing on there with heels, Kaine? Okay, are we gonna know what it says this time, or what?
The hell's this, sunshine?
A letter. That thing wrote it for the postman.
Ha! Man, that is some grade A chicken scratch.
She probably copied the letters as best she could.
So, what's it say?
Are we gonna play The Witcher Interactive VN? Not on stream. Oh, she didn't rip it up this time. Oh.
It's like I was stuck in some kind of dream.
Hey, letter guy.
Letter guy.
You're that... I mean, how can I help you?
Got a letter for you.
Wait, you have a letter for me?
Yeah, it's from that thing on the ship.
Louise? Oh, it says, thank you. Wow, look at this. After all that time I spent trying to teach her to write, She actually managed to string together a few ugly little letters. Damn it. Why can't I stop seeing her smile? Or hearing that song she used to sing? I know she ate people. I know she was a monster.
Xenoblade Chronicles 2 has done untold damage to how I consume media. Holy fuck. I ate her. Watching your streams fosters mental illness in me. One of us. One of us. Michael. Michael. Fight the merchant. Freggy, but not that freggy. Can you name 100 stream bits? I don't think so. Oh, that would be tough. Your Xenoblade Chronicles 2 streams made me buy and finish the game twice. But oh, that's cool. Glad you enjoyed it.
We've had quite the rough trip.
Have you any new information about the key to the Shadowlord's castle?
I'm still working on the decryption, but I'm afraid progress has stalled. Loyal Cerberus might refer to a dog, but I've never seen anything that would fit the bill.
It must be pretty complicated if even you can't decode it.
Why is there even a coded message with fucking fragments spread across the world? Why? What possible reason did Umbrella Corp do this for?
You're our last hope, so...
What the fuck are you talking about?
I will. By the way, I was walking by your house earlier and I noticed you had some mail.
How many stream bits do you think you could manage to refer to in a stream without chat noticing them? 0.
I'll
Chat
make sure they
is
know to let you use
highly
the notice
attuned
before.
to the bits.
Gotcha.
It must be really distracting to be a stream viewer when you watch the videos. What videos? And there's like a reference to it.
Lost. The world relentlessly continues to turn.
Whenever I say the word useless, I make the screen go grayscale. One time I even put the the Phantom Thieves logo on the screen and then masked it out and made it all grayscale around it or inside of it. I don't think anyone noticed that when I said useless. I don't remember what video that was in. Maybe God of War.
The king is getting married.
This seems like a real letter.
Does this old book good to see a boy become a man?
In your Mario Odyssey video, is the D's nuts joke on purpose? I always wondered.
Probably not a good idea to turn down a wedding invitation.
Writing it was accidental, and then I realized what it sounded like, and I leaned into it. So, kind of a bit of both.
Let's go to Facade.
Joe at low health and ABR factor heading back to base, hitting the soundboard. I'm fragile, but alas, my curfew approaches. The different bits cut together. I didn't even watch the ancient streams. I think I get most of the stream memes from overexposure. You know we're cooked when these inside jokes are killing stream morale. Is in of itself an inside joke. Hey Joe, sorry to ask before answer somewhere. Do you plan on finishing Kingdom Deliverance 2 at any point? Yeah, probably next time I do a late night stream, I'll lead that game. Or I might just do another 24-hour stream at some point in the future. I'll have to remember to stop the recording every 8 hours so I don't have a 24-hour thing to not put up on YouTube ever. Oh no, we're in the wool. Remember. We turned our beautiful forest into this. Who's they? No, my brother, we cannot defeat these humans in direct combat. Have faith in me. I know they can learn. They can learn to live alongside others. Ooh, I know it well.
It appears to be out of service.
I thought these were going to be something that we could use at some point. Why are these here? If Gatsby was a wolf, what would you do? Chatter, Gatsby is a wolf.
Does it not strike you as curious to find wolves in the desert?
Should it?
They normally live in forests. Yes.
I took Gatsby to the vet once, and there was like a visiting vet. I don't know why. She was only there for a couple months, and she walked into the room, closed the door, stopped, looked at Gatsby, pointed, and went, "That's a wolf." I was like, "Okay," and she's like, "I used to work at a wolf shelter, looking after like found wolves that were injured or whatever," and she was like, "That's a wolf." She really liked Green Day, so she started talking to me about how much she likes Green Day and how she would go to different concerts for Green Day, and she even like achieved her lifelong dream of interviewing them once for something. And I was like, oh, Green Day, I've seen Green Day live. And she was like, oh, around what era was Green Day? And I was like, oh, I don't know, I can't remember. It was like they were playing the song, and then I was trying to get into like what was the songs they're playing? And I was like, it was the Warning era. And then I started singing Warning, and she did not like this. She just looked at me like I just farted right in front of her. She was just, do not sing fucking Green Day in front of me. I was like, okay, like, man. But yeah, she said Gatsby was a wolf. Oh, did I finish the story about, because that's the same vet that I was talking about being recognized for the channel or whatever. She's the same vet that asked me what I do for a living, and I said I do YouTube. And she was like, what's the channel? This was like 2 years ago, by the way. So I'm like, what's the channel? So I gave the YouTube name reluctantly, and then I had to take Gatsby back a couple weeks later, and then I walked in, and like everyone was looking at me real weird. And then she came back out to meet me with Gatsby, and she was like, so when you said you did a bit of YouTube, like you know, you didn't say like millions of views on this video and that video, and I was like really uncomfortable, like super fucking uncomfortable. I was like, oh shit. It was a Shih Tzu, yeah. Ever consider getting Gatsby tested for wolfness? Mine is like 1.6, which is a lot. Really? You can do that?
Ah, kakere.
Oh, you came. It's been so long.
We hear your days of bachelorhood are coming to a close, King.
Congrats.
Forgive my prying, but we are all eager to know the identity of your lucky bride.
Aerie of Suburbia. Good song.
Hold on.
Want to see you again. Hold on. Fira. Grew up.
Of course.
Maybe I was projecting when I was uncomfortable. I felt like everyone in there was staring at me. Did she ask why your names are different? No. I think I might have said a pseudonym when I gave her the channel name. I can't remember. Like I said, it might have been more than 2 years ago, actually. It might have been 3 years. Imagine you're recognized with someone and they say you're the ass eaters guy. Hello. Huskies are no more wolves than other dogs, right? They just look it. It's because of the German Shepherd in Gatsby. He just looks like a really big husky. Huskies are usually not that large of a dog.
They even have rules governing the timing and water temperature.
I love how Gatsby looks. I can't take Gatsby anywhere without like him just people fawning over him to give him compliments.
What's it to you? You don't even take baths.
What does it mean to be more wolf? I think just genetics, I guess. Like, you know, I have no idea how they would test it. Joe, you're a millennial? I am, yes. That's why I love pupperinos. Seems wasteful not to retrieve those spirits, to be honest. Yeah, how much, like, ore do they have? Doing pretty well for themselves.
Aw, weddings are the best. There's flowers everywhere. Everyone's happy.
How can you still think the wolves are in the wrong, Joe? I don't think the wolves are in the wrong. I just don't think the humans are in the wrong either. Okay, is this going to be different? Because the one on the ship was different. I'm going to guess no. Well, let's watch it just in case. This person was working for the wolves. They came up and distracted, so the Shade Wolf could get the drop on them. Top 10 wife kills in gaming. Here we are once again with a new top 10. Counting down the top 10 wife kills in gaming. These are gonna get worse as they go on, lads, unless you're one of my Patreon pals, in which case they're just gonna get better and better, you wild ones.
Wolf is a shade.
Top 10 restrikes again. Please pivot your content to do this. What, jokes? There are enough people trying to be funny on YouTube. That's one of the reasons why I explicitly tried not to be funny in some of the early videos, because I felt that that was so overdone. People putting too much humor in their content, and it was forced. I just realized that the vet might have seen the Sink Piss video on Walrus's channel. God, I hope so. Man, she fucks up here. She doesn't use her death to make him promise to do some stupid bullshit for the rest of his life. Like shaving pits. She could have got something here.
The king's grief is strong. I doubt he will stand down at this point.
Yeah, I'm guessing he'll...
Will we let him?
Of course not.
Then we must... It will...
Hates wolves. Still don't understand the resistance here. And then, don't worry, I went and got everyone's... I was just joshing. I got everyone's permission in accordance to the rules. I don't get it.
Forget it.
You okay, Calm? You okay?
Let's move.
Crackly? Destructoid in chat?
The wolves appear to be targeting the king.
So it is tragic.
He
Okay.
seeks the king of facade.
Just watching the VOD yesterday stream and got to the part with the egg. Anon probably meant to sterilize the outer shell by boiling and not the inside.
Above you, stay on your
Sure.
guard.
Still cooking, maybe? That was a fun moment. That was a fun conversation. Oh, slammed into the wall like Fira was. I didn't notice that before. Okay, so Wolf can understand human. Wait, how can you understand facade human? What have we done to deserve such a fate? How long you got? I think Shades can read subtitles. More than most Americans? Hey, I do disagree that if the thing that you're watching is in English and like you're not hard of hearing or anything like that, you shouldn't need subtitles. Like you should be able to just listen. But you know, some movies and shows are different. I think it'd be distracting. Subtitles in a Nolan movie, okay, that's fair enough. A lot of modern media muffle. Yeah, if there's muffling, if you know it's a known muffle media, then yeah, for sure. The subtitles is fine. But just having subtitles on just as a matter of course, that's a little weird to me. Of course, it's not a judgy thing, like do whatever you want. Put pineapple on your pizza. I need subtitles IRL. Get one of those smart glasses, I'm sure that's a feature.
Now we can find... Hold on, Yona. I'm almost there.
Hooray! Alright, let's get back to town and then we will take our second break, which I am desperate for. I really, really need to pee. Do I want to get some water? Probably want some water. Thank you, Medhead, for the 12 months, 1 year. Thank you very much for the resub. Streamers don't know what shadows have to go through. Oh, you haven't heard about Joseph Anderson? No way, say it in red. It's okay. Just happen to have a VOD of Joseph Anderson playing the 2018 BAFTA-winning game Life is Strange 2. Careful, my phone is fragile, but not that fragile. The game's about two brothers, two wolves, you could say. Let's watch it together. Damn. Confluence of bits there, nice. It was a resub, but it turns out it was a bit message. Story time?
What is it, lad? You've quite the pensive look on your face.
Listen, I need your advice. It's about Kaine and Emil. This upcoming fight with the Shadowlord is gonna be rough. And while I'd do anything for Yona, I'm not sure it's fair to drag the two of them into this.
You told me we'd be together no matter what happens. Now it's time for us to return the favor.
How many endings have we done so far? 2. We're almost at ending 3. Sora, Donald, Goofy. It is kind of like Kingdom Hearts, isn't it, with the 2 friends? Yeah.
Don't make me start talking about loyalty and debts and all that. You know I hate mushy shit.
Did Kingdom Hearts 1 come out before Nier?
But...
Gonna guess yes?
If it makes
PlayStation
you
2
feel
for Kingdom Hearts 1,
better, we're not
PlayStation
doing
3
it
for Original
free.
Nier?
After we rescue Yona, we're totally gonna call in a favor of our own. We're going on a
And
journey to
2?
cure
Oh,
Kaine's
shit.
possession and restore my body. It's gonna be tons of fun.
Yeah.
Just think of all the delicious local foods we can try along the way.
I'm gonna eat way more than my fair share.
Thanks, you two. We're gonna rescue Yona. I swear it.
Kaine is 100% Donald. Well, neither of them wearing pants, yeah.
I
Together is your best
marvel
thing. You should do it
how
more.
relatively
Really?
simple a task this retrieval process proved to be. It is almost as if someone deliberately set us on this path.
Who could it be?
You're overthinking again, Vice.
Alright, second break. We're back. Alright, here we go. If I end on time today, am I gonna have time to finish everything tomorrow, or what? Or would it be better to just go long and finish tonight? Ending E takes a long time. There's an ending E? Yeah, we're not finishing today. Unless I skip cutscenes and shit. There's no way. I'm eating some chocolate, chat, sorry.
You're really gonna do it?
He's going to do it.
The whole village is buzzing, you know. They say you're gonna go rescue Yona. I guess it's really happening, huh?
I'll bring her back. I promise.
About that.
Yeah?
Nothing. Never mind. Popola just loves to worry. Anyway, you be careful. Yes, do be careful.
Thanks.
Do be. You should make 2 saves at the last save point in the castle. Oh. Oh, okay. Interesting. Okay. Almost done. This is only half a chocolate bar. I ate the other half yesterday.
Welp, now they can finally enter the Shadowlord's castle. Yes, but we can't relax just yet. If he kills the Shadowlord, the entire plan will collapse. We'll need to restrain him before that can happen.
Shadowlord, you're...
Come on, you really think he'll listen to us? Maybe. It's just... I don't know. Lately, I've been thinking a lot about all the time we used to spend with him. Devola! I know. We can't afford that kind of thing. I get it. But I know you feel it too. Even if I did, we have no choice. We were designed to do this.
Okay, so they definitely have free will and they can think things that are counter to their programming, 100%.
It's funny, I'm even concerned about this. I mean, it's not like he has a soul.
Are we ready?
Let's all make it back alive, okay?
Uh-oh.
It's a plan.
You too. I think determining whether something has a soul or not is just another way of dehumanizing something. Or de-lifing it? Define the soul? If I like the thing or not.
Order.
Yeah, Vice. I'm good.
Your health is diminished. Do be more careful next time.
Yeah, there's definitely not a path going to the city. So either there's some cloaking technology, or it's just a mistake and you just have to accept it, or this is a make-believe place down here. Oh well. You're playing until you get to level 99, right? Yeah, it needs to be level 99. Needs to be level 99 and also get all the weapons to max level, yeah. That's how I feel about wolves. Have you got the broom closet ending yet? Recently read an interview that they recently started the first human testing on revitalizing anti-aging. If that kind of research fully matures, how long would you extend your life for, if at all? Forever. If I had the opportunity to live forever in front of me, absolutely I would take it. Yeah. 100%. I would only hesitate if it somehow meant that I was immortal in the sense that I couldn't even die to accident somehow. Like I was now like I'm me forever. There's no way you could ever experience Oblivion. Like you're somehow like Captain Jack Harkness from Doctor Who again. Like that would make me hesitate because it's like, okay, I still want the option to check out at some time in the future if, you know, life gets super weird. But in terms of like how much guidance in my life, yeah, like why not? Yeah, forever. Even though I would probably still take it, I probably would too, but I would hesitate if those were the if those were the terms. Mortality is beautiful, and immortality it's like actually always sound like a cope to me. It is absolutely a cope, yes, and it's a good cope because like, you have to cope with mortality. Yeah. What if AI unlocks that for us? AI is based actually. What if the immortality pill is on the table? However, you have to admit that AI is based for resulting in this technology. Shit. Oh. Joe, LLM is not AI. You know what I mean. Like AI research, the same kind of stuff. Like you know what I mean. Actual Joe Rogan bit? Is it really? Oh shit, fuck, I'm sorry. Imagine the mortal Elon Musk. Most of us won't have to. I'll take it and then say I lied, and then the AI will say, I know I lied too, and then you just die. Checkmate atheists. Any advice on how to teach about death to my kids? Nope, that hasn't really come up with the kids yet. I've had to explain that my mother is dead, and it took, some people took this the wrong way. Like, during the Witcher 2 production video, it was almost ready to be released, and then my dog died, and I had to take, I think, like a couple days or a week in order to, you know, process that. But it wasn't just like, it wasn't that I'm too sad to work, although I was pretty sad. It's also that, like, the dog was a part of the family. Like, I had to explain to the kids where the dog is gone, like what happened, that sort of thing. Like, it was a process, you know, that sort of thing. And I don't know, people were really, like, weird about that. He couldn't work because his dog died. It's like, what the fuck, man? Like, but yeah, it hasn't really come up. And when it does, it's kind of like, you explain it. Like, I don't know, my policy with the kids is be honest, but also be honest about the things that you don't think they're ready for yet. Very often I will say to them, I'll explain it to you when you're older, but not in a dismissive way. I'll just be like, look, here's the topic that we're broaching into right now, and a couple of details. I don't think you're quite ready to understand this just yet, but, you know, here we go. This happened at the table the other night when I had to tell the kids who Hitler was. And then Finn, who still remembers it, said, was Hitler worse than Vladimir Putin?
Such an ominous sight. And yet
oh yeah,
I
too
find
safe,
it
shit.
Strangely nostalgic.
Yeah.
Kids sound like a real hoot. Yeah, they say a bunch of
This
shit,
is
yeah.
where Vice and I first met. I first fought together.
Top 10 bad people list.
where
Here we
you
go,
used to
lads.
live,
Counting them down.
Well, yes.
Worse and worse as we go.
In a technical sense.
Except for those who know, they might just be getting better and better. Here we go. Number 10.
At least
Yum up.
it was free from annoying.
Have you played Pillars of Eternity? I think it's Obsidian's Hidden Gem. I have not played Pillars. I have, and I bounced off of it. I didn't really like it. Oh god, not top 10 re. No! It's turned into the top 10 re bit. Cannot turn back. Okay.
And now the path is open.
Oh. Yeah, there wasn't a fight here last time. My bad. The hypothetical walrus was 60 months, resubscribing before the great metaphor incident. Oh man, can it get any worse than today's stream? I guess so. Looking forward to it. Sounds like it'll be soon be time to pull out the oversimplified bits for them. Yeah, probably. Stuff like that, yeah. I don't know. Subjects like death are hard even for adults to discuss. So any advice I give to you about how to talk about that with your kids is not going to be very good because you know your kids better than I do, right? So all of these things have to be tailored specifically for the person you're interacting with. But I don't know. I just, my approach to parenting is that like they're adults in progress, right? Like I think some people put too strict of a divider between kids and adults in the way that their minds work. That like you view them as adults in progress and you should treat them like that. But still have like fun, like kids should have a lot of fun, but you want to treat them with respect even if they don't fully understand the topics that you're talking about them with. Yeah, so, and usually they respond really well to that. But yeah, so usually I'm really upfront and be like, hey, I don't think you're quite equipped to know about this just yet, and here's why, blah, 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 blah. But you know, like we can talk about it a little bit more if you like, and you can see, and usually they say no. They're like, okay, I can wait, you know, like, I always like the inexperienced adults mindset. Yeah, I do too. Yeah. I talk to the kids like that too. Like I don't baby the kids. I baby Mila a little bit, and I babied the other ones when they were a little bit that age. You know, I have a lot of fun with the kids, but when I speak to them about more serious things, I speak to them kind of like I'm speaking now. Very, very like, you know, we're being direct. We're talking about things. I value your opinion. I value what you're saying back to me. I'm very much going to listen to you and respond to what you're saying. You know, I will admit very freely, I don't know everything about this. You know, like mommy and daddy don't know everything. We try our best. Let's look something up together. Stuff like that. The kids teach you too. Finn got really into learning about the ocean, and he learned about different parts and stages of the ocean, and he had all these names of the different depths of the ocean that I had never heard about before. He knows a lot about spiders too. I wish all the dads in the world were half as good as Joe says he is. I'm probably nowhere near as good as I'm coming across right now. I have a lot of flaws as a person, and probably a lot of flaws as a parent that I'm probably blind to. But I think I communicate well with my kids. My kids are also incredibly well behaved, so I think without me having to be a disciplinarian really much at all, so I think it pays out as well. Really, really well behaved kids.
I answer because of a black disease.
Why is Vicens the archery dummy for the 59 months or 36 months? 3 years or more. Hey Joe, too far from the million to get a marble, but I'd still like to try baiting some chatter into redeeming a dumb evil idea. A Crunchyroll Rapture marble. Every marbles for a Crunchyroll anime gets a bonus race, and you only watch the episode matching the position of the marble. Anyway, sorry for the indulgence. That sounds like an interesting idea. How would that work? Has to be on Crunchyroll. Crunchyroll.
It's the twins from your village.
What do you think of the nature versus nurture debate? Is being a good dad easy if the child are well-mannered, or are you the reason the child are well-mannered in the first place? It's both. Nature is really important, so is nurture. I don't know what exactly the split would be, if it'd be 60-40 or 50-50 or whatever. It's both, yeah. Having like still raising 4 kids, and they're coming from the same two people, the same like sets of DNA that have been scrambled, whatever, however you want to call it. It is remarkable how different all 4 of them are. Even when they're babies, which is when they're at their most simple, even at that stage, there's a huge difference between how they will act. So there's a huge nature component and there's a huge nurture component, but the nurturing doesn't also just come from the parents, it also comes from the older brothers and sisters. So Mila, for her age, is so much more advanced. Mila's the youngest one than the 3 that came before. Like at this stage, Finn wasn't talking nearly as well and with complicated ideas as Mila is at her age at 4.5. Kate as well at that age was scary intelligent. She still is actually. But yeah, so they learn from the older ones as well. Yeah, so it's both.
Popola, Devola, what are you doing here?
Are you talking about my children?
Hey, any chance you'll just go back to the village?
I have 4 kids, 2 boys, 2 girls, and in the order boy, boy, girl, girl. Finn, Leo, Kate, Mila.
This is a very dangerous place.
Who was counting the fucking? Was it Finn? It was Finn, yes, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, fucking 20.
Even if you can find Yona here, you probably can't get her out.
How did you get here?
Shh. We're asking the questions right now.
We're here to rescue Yona.
No dice, huh? Well, I guess we don't have a choice then.
These 2 are not making any sense so far compared to what we just saw before.
No, I suppose not. How sad. We didn't want to fight you. We really didn't want to. We never thought you'd grow to be this powerful.
This is madness. Why do you block our path?
You have no cause to speak so with us, Grimoire Weiss. You are a traitor.
Man, I love being vague. Is magic real, or do they have technology that just looks like magic, like that old saying? I heard like a reversal of that phrase recently that I thought was really cool. I think it was in a Hank Green video. You know, the phrase is any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic, and it was the reversal was, I'm gonna butcher this now. It was any sufficiently simple technology is indistinguishable from nature. Like everything that we take for granted. That is so simple to us, even though it was really hard to do in the past, is just like natural to us, like clothes and stuff like that. I thought it was really cool. Yeah, I think it was about I think it was about clothes actually. I think it was about using looms and stuff. It was about threads. Like, yeah, wheel is a good example. Like a wheel is something artificial that we have to make, but like it is so like commonplace and natural to us that it almost is like it's a part of nature. Yeah, even though it's not. I was reading a manga that used that concept of medicine. It's about a doctor that gets transported to another world, and despite the cliche premise, it's really compelling. Is there a truck?
Devola and Popola.
Does the truck hit the doctor in the first couple pages? I love how the truck became the villain in Death Stranding 2 playthrough. No, he was struck by lightning. All right.
Don't look at me like that.
Hey, I'm narcoleptic as well. I never heard anyone talk about the impact of dreams staying with you all day until you did, and that is definitely the biggest hurdle in my experience. I appreciate you, man. Oh, really? Oh, that's nice. To have that solidarity there, a moment reaching out. You never heard someone talk about like that before? It's pretty rare, yeah. I think a lot of people, I used to speak about my dreams a lot more when I was younger, and everyone was like, yeah, we all have dreams. I was like, okay, what kind of dreams though? Like, yeah. It can be, it's not all bad though, right? You ever had a dream stay with you and it makes you like feel, like, I don't know, like warm and fuzzy, like a cool kind of dream? There's also a lot of loss that can happen in dreams.
It certainly is a grand affair.
Bunch of dancing bastards.
They're all shades.
Sometimes you me for a whole day too, but not narcoleptic. Oh, it's not unique to narcoleptics. It's just narcoleptics typically dream vividly pretty much every night. Not all narcoleptics though. It's not
like I was planning to leave.
It's not the defining symptom. The defining symptom is entering REM sleep instantly, or even when you're awake before you even fall asleep. Usually it takes about 90 minutes, 60 minutes. I dream vividly every single night. It's really fucking annoying most nights. There are plenty of days, sometimes weeks, most months, where I don't experience a break in consciousness. You know, when like you go to sleep and it's like oblivion for a bit, and then you wake up and you're like, whoa. It's just one continuous stretch of experience, stream of consciousness, like day, because I remember falling asleep, going into the dream, waking up from the dream, and it can be extremely exhausting. If you ever hear me like completely drained and really tired on stream, I'm usually in that kind of mode, yeah. Do you remember your dreams often? Ever tried to teach yourself to reliably lucid dream? I have. I've lucid dreamt a couple times. The problem is that whenever I start to lucid dream, it starts to turn into like anxiety because of a lot of nightmares that I used to have. I used to have terrible nightmares. And as soon as I figure out that I'm dreaming, I usually try and wake myself up as soon as possible before, you know, it's gonna sound cliche, before the shadow monster finds me, or the clown monster, or, you know, the tree, you know, just things like that. My dream monsters are not very original. The creature, the table from maybe Odd Captain. How about training yourself to reliably get sleep paralysis then? I have had sleep paralysis a few times, and I try my best to sleep in a way that prevents me from getting more sleep paralysis, because having sleep paralysis is the worst thing in the whole entire world to me.
Yes, good plan. Let's go.
There's probably nothing I hate more than sleep paralysis. I would stream the entirety of Steins Gate just to avoid one episode of sleep paralysis, let's put it that way, and I'm not kidding. Sleep paralysis is just the worst fucking thing in the world to me.
Like a goddamn locksmith to you?
Racism, worse than racism. Worse than racism. I think you got Twitch and Twitter. What's up, Chatter? What about bed bugs? Bed bugs are really bad too, but sleep paralysis is worse. I once dreamt that my childhood friend's dad had died, and for years whenever I saw him, I always thought that was the case. And 6 years later, I met his dad, and I was shocked. Ever had something like that happen to you? Kind of like a lingering assumption or something baked in to the world and how you view it? Yeah, something like that, yeah.
Damn no good bullshit bastard! Open the fuck up already!
Or maybe you're an Alex.
Got it.
Kaine,
worse than tooth pain? Worse than tooth pain, yes. And I've had a tooth pulled because of tooth pain when I was in my 20s. One of my back teeth.
Huh?
Wow! Alright, I'm not killing any of them. I'm not killing any of them. We're not killing. We're not killing anything.
Are they laughing?
Emil,
Freaking me out.
stop fucking it up. Stop. Please stop. They're just babies. They don't know any better.
Kaine, what's wrong?
Wait for so long, and now we can finally recreate them. Spare the lives of the children. Please, I beg you.
We need to help Kaine.
You okay?
Yeah, but we got problems.
Wonder if you can get through that without fighting them if I turn Emil off. Killed how many? Your actions will never be forgiven.
We don't need forgiveness, asshole.
Kaine?
What do you think of Tyran? Weirdly underused. Thought was going to be really important, but not. Barely talks.
Oh dear.
Kind of like Grimoire Noir. How come I never get ads on Toast Stream? I don't run mid-roll ads. You might get ads when you first join, but apart from that, I don't run mid-roll ads. I probably should run mid-roll ads when we're on break, so some people who join the stream later don't get them, but I always forget to do it. I'm not against ads. I think ads on YouTube work as a format. You know, ads can be good. I don't think ads work as a live on the live format. They interrupt too much. I should get Twitch Turbo though. I'm watching some streamers now, so I should get that. I don't like having ads. Do you gain a lot from the ads? Not really. I don't think so. It's not nothing. Ever since they introduced 6 unskippable ads when you join the stream, while I'm watching now because I'm subbed. That's how they get you. 6 unskippable ads? Holy shit. People do mid-roll ads as new potential viewers do not want to see 30 seconds of ads during streams. Streamers can control mid-roll ads to an extent. Yeah, if I do some mid-roll ads, it turns off ads running for like an hour or 2 hours, something like that. So if I was to run mid-roll ads during break when everyone is gone, it will prevent mid-roll ads it'll prevent ads from appearing for new people that are coming into stream. So that's why it's good to run the ads. That's why Mouse runs ads at the beginning of first streams right away, so people who are joining don't get ads. Used to do that if I remember right. I don't think I've ever run ads at the beginning of a stream like that, although it's a good idea, but I used to run them on breaks for the same reason. If I remember correctly, it broke even in money too, so it wasn't really a detriment. I should probably just do it again. I'm a bad streamer though, that's why I call myself a bad streamer. I don't really understand the format. I just show up and play the game.
You're in pain, you're lonely, no one likes you. So you try to hide
that reason, that's why I'm the best streamer to some people.
I'm not like that at all.
It's okay.
It is.
I'm the same way. But just realizing that isn't going to help. It's too late for us now. It's too late for everything. We're too far gone.
Milk the audience streamer like the creature. I think this is very silly. We killed all the wolves. Time to find a new animal to hunt. What's going to be different, and why do you need the weapons for it? Is it going to justify needing all the weapons, or is it just, you know, prove that you did all the content or enough of the content and you have the weapons? I'm really curious why the weapons are the requirement for the ending.
No! Open the door! You can't fight that thing on your own!
It's a Drakengard reference. You needed all the weapons in Drakengard for an ending. Was that contextualized, or was that a Drakengard 2 reference? How far back does this go?
Knock it off already. Let's go.
Kaine.
He's fighting for you. And for Fira. Don't let him die for nothing.
Slap, parentheses, sexual.
My friend.
Door's a different color. Right, into the Mass Effect 3 room. Man, I wish I had a really big chair like that.
Devola. Popola.
Oh, look. You made it.
And a copy of yourself? I wouldn't get anything done with a copy of myself.
We've been waiting for so long.
Why are you doing this?
It began 1300 years ago.
Too busy making out? Nah, too busy arguing.
Humanity, finding itself on the brink of extinction, undertook a last-ditch rescue plan called Project Gestalt.
Gestalt?
Do you still not remember, Grimoire Weiss? Then let's give you a refresher.
So you wouldn't have sex with yourself? I would not have sex with myself, no.
I remember.
Arguing about what? It's a copy? You two would agree on everything? Have you met me?
What are you saying?
Do you remember Devola and Popola and Automata? Not even a little bit.
Each shade is a twisted remnant of what was once a human being.
No idea where they are in the game. Are they on the ship? Do they fly the ship?
Crazy. Sorry.
Do 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 do. As in the previous report, implementation of Gestalt mode can prevent the white coronation syndrome we recently experienced. Transfer of bodily information to civilization repressed replicants is proceeding as planned, with the genes of the original safely stored inside. A role of surveillance androids to prepare for when the incurable bacterial disease eventually dies out is also underway. So far, this is proceeding without issue. This document discusses potential strategies for relapse cases we have observed in recent years. The term relapse, of course, refers to the catastrophic loss of sentience seen in certain gestalts. This syndrome has defied even our most pessimistic initial estimates and continues to trend upward with disturbing speed. With some relapse gestalts beginning to attack replicants, there is an urgent need to take comprehensive action. Okay, so the Shade started it. We remain convinced that an unknown technological defect in the... Not that that really matters, but the Shade started it. We remain convinced that an unknown technical defect in the gestalt transformation process is responsible for the condition, but so far have been unable to confirm this theory. Research of this condition is now a top priority and looks likely to continue for some time. I feel like it makes more sense that a replicant sees the Shade as like a monster. It's like something scary. It really looks like a sleep paralysis demon. Whereas the Shade will look at a replicant and be like, that looks like a human. I could easily go and communicate with that sort of thing. Yeah, I don't know. Shorthand minutes of case 23. Emergency response conference committee special meeting. Observed upward trend in relapses known and discussed. Acceleration restoration schedule approved. Debate over using codename Noir for human restoration schedule. Preparations to launch Vice decoding system for above. I don't understand what that is. Order collection of guidance and release code for rifles alongside a Vice launch. I don't know what these are. I don't get it. Am I supposed to know at this point? It seems like yes. Sorry if I'm being slow. We've determined that the rise of relapses was due to an unexpected spike in the sentience of replicants, as well as a genetic instability within the original gestalt. How would sentience in the replicants cause a relapse in the Shades? Is it driving them crazy, or are they linked in some way? I would say it's probably about harmony, and that the sentience that the replicant is having is actually coming from the shade, and the shade they're probably the same thing, and the shade is a husk that's left behind and is going crazy. It feels like the problem is solving itself really, and they should just let the replicants just live on. So as genetic instability within the original Gestalt, it seems the original's effect on bodies that have undergone their Gestalt process was not anticipated in advance. Immediate action must be undertaken to identify the links between this trend and the original Gestalt, along with its sister, the relapse case known as Yona. The observer contact group. How is that a relapse when? The observer contact group is going uneasy, so finding a solution to the relapse issue should be considered top priority. Okay, I don't fully understand this. I understand it more than when I read it the first time, though. I don't know why they call it a relapse. I think it's just supposed to be some, like, medical language. It doesn't really fit, does it? Okay. The replicants gaining sentience is the relapse. I thought it was the shades losing sentience was the relapse. Or are they both the same? I thought they were linked. The first relapse was first described as the shades losing sentience, and then they found out that there's an uptick in the shades relapsing because the replicants are gaining sentience. What do you think about the skirt pants that they're wearing, chat? Kind of function and fashion together?
Popola, are you crying?
Lol, are you crying?
Don't die!
Can I skip this?
Because we were born...
Oh, shit.
Please, don't do this, Popola!
This is a really nice room, by the way. This room looks really good.
Those two have watched the world wither for time immemorial.
How about this one? We skip this one too?
No stopping. No stopping ever.
The bridge!
Blast!
I think not this one. Don't skip this. Whoops, sorry, I skipped it. Darkness, black without end. It goes on and on. Eyes closed, eyes open, it matters not. The dark is joined by a mysterious sensation, one created by the mingling of blissful sleep with the unease of a terrible and never-ending cold. This is new. Is this a dream? Thinking to pinch his cheek, he reaches for his face, but his hand does not move. In fact, his hand has disappeared altogether. He looks at his arms and sees only bone. He looks at his feet and sees they have disappeared, along with the rest of his legs up to the thigh. What body remains begins to leave him, then crumbling into fragments smaller than dust. I think we're going to reload and do another path here anyway, so we'll see it then. His body is going, soon it will be no more. Is this death? Suddenly he recalls his past. He remembers the time he lived with his sister, and the very act of recollection is like a shooting star. Despite lasting only a moment, it brings the color to darkness. Soon more memories come, gathering atop each other, one after the next, until they meld into a warm and glorious light. Emil's dream, promise. Wake up, wake up! A set of covers are torn from the boy, leaving his eyelids exposed to the merciless sun. Hey there, lazy bones, says the voice again. The boy's vision, blurry at first, gradually grows more clear. Before him, her face aglow with a radiant smile, is his older twin sister, Halua. Morning, Halua. Don't look so cheery, you butt. The teacher's gonna be here any minute. Halua grabs her brother and pulls him beneath the bed with her, where they wait with a host of dust bunnies for their instructor's arrival. Watch out for the wolves! The moment Emil starts to ask a question, Halua shushes him by placing a finger over his mouth. Don't start. We agreed to this yesterday, remember? We're going to jump out and give teacher the scare of her life. After a few ticks of the clock, the door opens and a slight woman enters the room. Good morning, Halua. Good morning, Emil. Are you ready for... Emil glances at his sister and sees her trying to stifle a laugh, which is the unfortunate effect of making a laugh rise in him. Then the dust bunnies decide to get in on the act, swirling up into their noses and causing the tricksters to sneeze in unison. Suddenly, the face of the teacher appears in the space between the bed and the floor. There you are, you scamps! This is your fault, says Halua. You ruined it by sneezing. Me? Cries the clearly wounded Emil. You sneezed just as loud. That's enough, both of you, says the teacher as she attempts to hide her amusement. Crawl out from under there and let me take your temperatures already. Uh-oh. The pair happily shimmies out from their hiding place and stands before their teacher. She is a fair woman with a kind voice, one Emil would be happy to listen to for the rest of his life. In fact, he often thought that her waking him in the morning was his favorite part of the day. Weird. The teacher finds her seat, hunkers down, and lightly pats her leg, to which a happy Emil leaps into her lap. She then slides a chilly thermometer under his armpit, causing a shudder to race through his body. I'm sorry, just be a brave boy for a little longer, alright? Emil used to hate having his temperature taken daily. The thermometer was just so darn cold, but he's become used to it after being at the facility for the past 2 years. His mother and father had perished in an accident many years before. He'd been told the facility they sent him to was simply a home for orphans such as himself, but he'd always had his doubts. After all, most orphanages weren't staffed by doctors in white coats who held lessons involving the repeated asking of strange questions, nor did they attach wires to the bodies of their charges and force them to enter enormous boxes. Enormous boxes? For scanning? I wouldn't, like an MRI machine? I wouldn't call it a box. The process is endless. The tests unceasing, and yet Emil feels his teacher somehow floats above it all. She would talk to him about everyday problems, read him books, and even share a meal when time permitted. She's the closest thing he has to a mother. With both of their temperatures taken, Emil and Halua wait for breakfast, but something is different this day. Their teacher is strange, somehow off. Emil, she says quietly, do you remember what day this is? Emil looks over his sister and sees her staring at him with an enormous grin. Nuh-uh, she says, you got figured out yourself. But despite his best efforts, Emil comes up empty. I'm sorry, ma'am, he says at last. I just don't know. With a smile, the teacher reaches into her pocket of her white coat and withdraws a small package. It is a bag, neatly closed with string and tied to the top with a bright red ribbon. Happy birthday, Emil, she says. In fact, happy birthday to the both of you. Oh, thank you, cries Emil. Can I open it? Of course, replies his teacher. I'm afraid it's nothing so special, but I do hope you enjoy it regardless. Emil carefully unties the ribbon and opens the bag to reveal a small pile of cookies. They are the same snacks they always received at the facility, but the fact that they come from his teacher makes them somehow special. As a gasp escapes his mouth, his sister can't help giggling beside him, her eyes fixated on the bright red ribbon all the while. Happy birthday, Halua, says Emil as he reaches into the bag, withdraws a cookie and offers it to his sister. Needing no further encouragement, the girl crams the cookie into her mouth and swallows it in 2 bites. Happy birthday to you too, Emil. Then, as though remembering something, she leaps up and runs to the small chest of drawers the two of them share. After forcing open a stubborn drawer, she pulls out a single sheet of paper hidden under a white coat and runs it back to her brother. Here's your present, she says, thrusting the paper at him with a slightly embarrassed look. When he glances down, he sees the words, Happy birthday, Emil, scrawled in a shaky child's hand, along with a picture of a generously colored person who had clearly been created from every crayon in the box. That was me. Unable to stop himself, Emil wraps his sister in a massive hug. Thank you, he whispers as he returns the embrace just as tightly. I'll make sure to draw you on our next birthday, okay? My sister was there. My teacher was there. It was my birthday. I thought I could never be happier. I'm glad Halua's drawing is the last thing I'll remember. I sense a deep awe. I sense a deep and perfect darkness descending over my eyes and realize my time has come. I'm so terribly cold. As I tried desperately to remember what it felt like to be embraced, I wonder if this horrible face is all that's left of me. Halua, I'm sorry. I couldn't keep my promise. I'm sorry. I'm so, so sorry. But I'm coming to join you now. Just hold on.
Wake up. Please, wake up. Come on, Emil. Wake up already.
Halua, is that you?
You haven't changed a bit, have you, lazy bones?
Halua, have you come for me? Am I
No,
dead?
Emil. You're not dead. I'm just here to keep my promise.
In that moment, the world of blackness surrounding me explodes with color. Red, yellow, blue, and so many others. Colors I have no names for. Colors I've never even seen. I'm playing Color Dull. It's like someone is using every crayon in the box.
I told you I'd always be watching over you, didn't I?
Would have liked that if that was a callback from something that was done in an earlier scene. That would have been good.
Don't worry
Halua,
about it, you butt. Looking after little brothers is just what big sisters do.
Her voice,
Sorry,
it's fading.
Emil. Looks like I'm out of magic.
Halua, wait. Let me come with you.
You are with me. I'll always watch over you. So we'll always be together.
Halua, no, don't go.
Cry, Emil. I want you to be happy.
Halua.
Promise me that you'll live for both of us.
The darkness enveloping me flows away, replaced by a brilliant blue sky. I don't know where I am or what I'm supposed to do, but it's okay that I'm here. Sorry, I know that much now. She's given me the courage to accept that. No more crying. I'll live with a smile on my face, because that's the promise I made her. Oh yeah, okay, we probably definitely want to watch this then, next time we load. I don't think you skipped anything new. The VM part was the new stuff. Okay. Educated warrior, you read all novel segments about your friend's pasts. So that's it. No more reading. Thank dog. I hate reading. You just said you wanted to read more books on my own. Not on stream. This was the stream where the Devola and Popola extra scenes good additions in your opinion? Nope. Maybe they will be after the ending that we see here, but so far it made their confrontation worse, not better. Don't skip this. Didn't even occur to me. Should we skip this?
Let's go.
Yeah.
Next time, put the 2B outfit on. I want to see something. What is it? What do you want to see? Share with class? Did you bring enough perviness for everyone? Level 40? Just like you, exactly. I just keep putting all my leveling points into being right and none of the points into being able to convince other people that I'm right. It fucking sucks. Horrible build. Do I get a respec when I'm 50? Damn, bro, I have the same problem. No, you don't. Yeah, it's called Alzheimer's. Senile and Alzheimer's? This has been a bad stream for me.
Yona!
If I played Nier Replicant every single stream from now on forever, how long would it be until people stop showing up? 2 streams. You only have 2 more streams left in Nier Replicant. Is that what we're doing? It's a social experiment. We have to do it for the bit. Becoming a Replicant speedrunner? No, we're not. We're not even speedrunning. We're just playing Replicant every single stream. Are you reading every time? Yes.
I know. Hey, sunshine. I ain't certain of this, but I think your heart is full. The hate is gone. The sadness is gone. It's just a bunch of white light now. What the hell's going on here?
You can't tell, Tyrant. You're not the only voice in my life anymore. I've experienced fear, hate,
You become a replicant speed reader then? I'm probably the person who read this out loud the fastest in the world already. I win.
But guess what? He still accepts me. He still forgives me.
Oh, come on. You're doing this for him?
I'm tired of this world and everybody in it. But I'll become his sword one last time.
We already have a game for that. It's called 100 Line. Oh, shit.
Vice, you alright?
Naturally, I'm as fit as a fit.
Da 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 da.
Wait.
So I haven't really been here. We learn what she dressed like that. There's 3 possible reasons. The first is that it's because she needs to expose her body to light, so the shade that's inhabiting her is can't spread throughout the rest of her body. The second reason is that it might be affirming to her with how she views herself, because she possibly might be intersex or something like that. And the third reason is that Yoko Taro just thought it was hot. Those are the 3. Sorry if I'm wrong about the second one, though, but that's the understanding I'm getting from some of chat as well.
I don't need someone else's body. I don't want it. There's another girl inside this body. I can hear her. She won't stop crying. She says she wants to see her brother.
Yona's been possessed?
This girl loves her brother too, just as much as I do. It's not right, you know?
So it's definitely not a sentience
it's not
transfer
right that
then.
She can't see him.
Maybe it is in some people? Maybe there's different rules?
It's you, isn't it?
Yes, it's me. Let's go home.
Why would they even give replicants sentience? Are they stupid?
I'm really sorry. I don't know what to. I'm so very sorry.
Why don't they just share Yona A gets odd days and Yona B gets even days? Dumb shades. That's what they do in Automata. That's what she's called 2B, yeah.
I love you.
Hurry. The shade that possessed her is gone.
Do we do another fight before we do the orb jumping or no? Yeah, we do. Okay.
Kaine, watch over Yona for me. I need to understand your sadness. You think I'm gonna sympathize with you? I swore to protect my sister and my friends. If someone puts them in danger, they must stand aside or be cut down. Now come on, let's finish this. Weiss, what's wrong?
freaking me out here, Vice.
What if we were gonna find out where Vice is right now?
What are you doing? Come so... Do it! Strike the killing blow! No bother. One moment, please.
You okay?
Fine, just fine. All right, no, I'm not.
Vice.
It seems some headstrong idiot has decided to push me beyond my limits. I should have taken that job as a cookbook when I had the chance.
Vice, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
What's Shadowlord doing right now?
I'm joking. I hate cookbooks.
But...
Let's go. Out of the way. I have one final task to fulfill.
Where are you going?
Why, to stop him, of course. But after that, it's up to you. Only you can see this battle to its conclusion. I wish you luck, my friend.
You can't. I swore I'd always fight by your side.
You are an exceedingly stubborn lad. You know that, yes? Perhaps that's why I've so enjoyed our time together. But I fear this is where our journey ends.
Vice!
Oh, and remember what I told you about using my full name. Well, forget it. I've grown rather fond of Vice.
Vice. I knew you'd come around.
Don't let it go to your head now.
Oh, not different. Okay.
I have something to defend. I have a reason to live.
Oh no!
Shut up.
Yo, and I will soon join you.
Well, ain't that precious?
I'm happy for him.
You know, Sunshine, that black scrawl has almost completely taken you over.
What is the Black Scrawl?
I know.
But goddamn, we had fun, huh? Killing and killing and more killing. What a rush.
Yeah.
Wait. No. No. It wasn't fun at all. I turned you into a killing machine. I spread evil and chaos around the world. But it all feels so empty now. Why? I don't understand.
Sorry. Looks like you stayed inside me for a little too long. Sunshine.
Yeah.
Stop! Don't be nice to me! Don't make me feel like this! I'm gonna swallow you up, Sunshine. Gonna swallow you whole.
Abiotic factor vibes. All the furniture we can find.
Kaine? What is it?
Listen to me. The shade inside me is growing, and I can't stop it. Soon, real soon, I'm gonna go berserk.
I can't hold it back anymore.
Kaine, you have to fight. You have to...
Just shut up and listen to me. Emil is gone, all right? So there's no way anyone can stop me. Please. Before it comes to that, I want you to kill me. Consider it enough of a request.
I don't want to hurt my friends. How are we understanding
Well,
this?
hell, Sunshine. It's not like I can stop it. When Gestalts go out of control, they lose their minds. Both of our memories will be completely overwritten.
Hurry.
Kaine!
Run. Run. Where's Yona? Oh, she's gone. What? I don't want to fight Kaine.
I have to do something.
What if I don't?
I won't.
Oh shit, it's not going well. You defeated the Shadowlord. You rescued Yona. Oh shit, now I can't.
We made it this far because you were with us, Kaine. I'm who I am today because of you. I'm not going to give up on you. I'm not going to abandon someone I love. I'm going to save you. I swear it!
Well, there might be one way to save her.
Does it involve my credit card?
Who said that?
It don't matter, so don't ask. Just shut up and listen.
Wait, are you?
I said, listen! There's a way to save Kaine's life, all right? But you're gonna have to make a difficult decision.
I'll do whatever it takes.
When the time comes, I'm going to pin Kaine down. And as soon as I do, you need to stab her in the heart.
Alright, seems legit.
I can't!
Fine. Don't believe me. Stand around with your thumb up your ass and watch her die a terrible death.
Do I fight here, chat, or do I, like I was playing this on my own, I'd probably spend some time here just not fighting to see what would happen, but I don't want to waste everyone's time. Fight? Okay.
Very nice. Now, if you want to save your precious Kaine, there are two ways to do it. One is to plunge your sword into her chest.
Alright.
That's what she wants after all. Freedom from burdens, freedom from life.
What's the other way?
The other way is to make her a normal human being again. But to make that happen, you gotta trade your own existence for hers. Well, there you go. Good luck with that.
You're that shade. The one who lives inside Kaine. Why are you trying to help her?
Probably for the same reason you are. Enough talk. Make your choice.
All right, so I'm guessing the choice here is the two endings, and that's why we did the save. Which one is the best one to do first? Kill first? Okay. End Kaine's life and free her from her burden. Sacrifice her existence and make Kaine human again. All right, kill. You're gonna kiss her now?
Kaine. Let's go home.
Can you hear me? I spent years inside Kaine's body, tormenting her from within. I felt her pain, her emotions, as if they were my own. And there was so much pain. So when I say she's free now, I want you to believe me. Thanks to you, Kaine has been forgiven and saved. Oh wait, she had a final message for you. Thank you.
Live Yona reaction? No? Okay. Kind of weird that Yona's not here.
We'll always be together.
Can I skip credits? Yes? Okay. Nope, I can't. Alright, well. I'm gonna go pee real quick while this runs. Be right back. And then we'll do the other one, and then I'll be the end of the stream. Kanye Best Girl gift subs. Yuri was taken to Kaine Best Girl 84. I keep saying Kanye, fuck sometimes. Kaine Best Girl 84, 25, and 48. There's a 12 too? Wow. How are you finding these? Kanye West Girl. +2, well done. Have you guys seen Kanye's recent apology? It wasn't his best one. I think Top 10ery needs to get on that and rank them. Mediocre, but you don't like Top 10ery? I'm sorry. Did you make your smash burgers yet? No, not yet. The thing I ordered isn't come in the mail yet. The entry is this. I agree with you. It's just chat loves it for some reason. I think it's silly. Do you think the gay community will ever forgive you, Joe? You know for what? I don't. I don't know for what. Would I do? Probably not. Okay, so I want to save it on C. Right? Does that pause you here? Yes. And then I want to load one of these up here. Ending D. Your choice in this decision could allow you to review the very last piece of the ending. Okay. So I want to go... Can I reload C? Can I load C, or will that put me back at the beginning again? What do we want to do? Probably one of these up here, right? Try it. C will be the beginning. Reload the second one. Okay. C makes you do the whole route over again? What the fuck? I question the implementation of this quite a bit. Really is Silent Hill F, huh? Chrono Trigger did this better. Way back in 1994. That was so diplomatic. Yeah, I'm done fighting with chat today. I don't want to get insulted anymore today. The dream team, baby, was the dream team. Yeah. I will say though, in terms of like giving something who's an adult to think about, this game has way more than Chrono Trigger does. Like Chrono Trigger is definitely aimed more at kids or young teenagers, whereas this is like late teens, maybe early 20s, and even as an adult, you know, interesting things to look at and process. Chrono Trigger would be better with 9/11 references. Chrono Trigger was first, unfortunately, so couldn't do it. Judaism spoilers. But I don't want to get spoiled on that. Yona means dove and associated with purity, rebirth, second chances. There are 2 doves there. I think I saw that earlier. I think maybe you said it in a different stream and I read it, but I didn't read it out loud. You should watch the Yoko Taro and the terrible, horrible, no good, very bad Atlas game video at some point. It's 3 minutes of Yoko Taro promoting an Atlas game while sarcastically complaining that they're eating up his potential audience. That sounds fucking amazing.
Shit on a shingle. They can use the sealed verses.
Shit on a shingle. Are you going to read the weapon stories? Nah, I'm good. Maybe if we have time to kill tomorrow, if we go tomorrow, then maybe we can do that. But right now, I don't really want to. Since we're going from Nier to Metaphor, do you want to watch Yoko Taro's YouTube video he posted when the production was announced saying the LC project would kill his franchise? Is that what you're thinking? Just said in chat? If Taro's a real person, he must be infuriating to work with. Why would it be a question if he's a real person or not? Do people think he's a conglomerate because he shows up wearing the mask a lot? Feel the same way about Kojima, like being horrible to work with? I don't know, maybe. I think some of the best creators can be infuriating to work with because they have very strong visions of what something should be, and they don't want to compromise. But from what I heard from interviews, Kojima does compromise with his team, so maybe he's not as bad as you would think. But maybe that's just publicity, I'm not sure. Like everything you hear about Kubrick sounds insane, right? And you never hear anything about Kojima that's like Kubrick or Yoko Taro for that matter, or any game dev really. But, you know, maybe it just doesn't get publicity. Kubrick was a white prick? Yeah. Was it worth it, though, for us to have those movies? I don't know. Probably not. Also question if, like, being a prick is a part of the process. Like, was it really necessary? Maybe. What did Kubrick die of? Kubrick wasn't super old when he died, right? Did he die young? Cancer or something? He was like 71.
Protect the hussy, yes? Good
That's
plan.
not,
Let's go.
It's not super young. It's not as old as you think, but maybe like the smoke and drink. Not single honest answer. The Zoomers don't know who Kubrick is. Will you stream tomorrow on Saturday? Definitely streaming on Saturday. If we're done with this tonight, I don't know if I want to do last Saturday. I'm kind of off this now. But definitely Saturday for Pathologic. Yep. Nupo Mini League has enhanced boss fight with starting with Hillock. It's lit. Is it like? Okay, Emil stopped fighting. He didn't kill a single one. All right, let's see what happens. Haru changing. Haru.
These things are freaking me out.
24-hour Patho Saturday to make it for last Saturday, right? Yeah. Fuck no. I can't stream Pathologic for 24 hours. You crazy? Okay, I didn't kill a single one. Please, I beg you. I listened. I didn't kill a single one. They're all alive. No one died. I will be so impressed if it acknowledges it.
Yeah, well, we got problems.
Nope.
Now, give it all you've got.
We don't need forgiveness, asshole.
Kaine?
True, because we didn't kill any of them. For chat that has played both, does combat feel better in Replicant's remake? I'm not chat, but a bunch of people in chat have said throughout these streams that they updated the combat significantly from the original version. So apparently yes, but I can't say for sure. Sorry to answer for chat. Shout out to the guy. The first time I ever used voice chat in Discord, like fucking like 8 years ago or whatever. I'm sitting in voice chat with a bunch of people for the first time, and someone said, "Hey Joe, it's cool. Like I can talk to you directly. I have a question about what you meant by this in the witness video." And before I could answer, some guy popped up and went, "I can answer this for Joe actually." Blah 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 blah. And I'm just sitting there going, "All right, never doing this again." Was he right? No, I can't remember actually. I wasn't there before the big freeze. Yeah, it was before the big freeze. It was like week 2 of the Discord, I think. What was the big freeze? We don't talk about the big freeze. All the Discord had to be like put on hold for a while after one of my children was born for reasons I don't want to go into. That's the part I want to talk about. So yeah, it was. I can't remember how long it was down for. Like 6 months, something like that. It was only Patreon chat for a while, and then we brought it back with 2.0. Ancient history now. Are cockroaches overhated? Maybe a little. I don't know. Having lived in a place that did get infested with cockroaches, it's kind of your own fault unless they're coming from a different unit in the building. They are really annoying. But like, bed bugs are way worse. Mosquitoes are way worse. Do roaches bite? I don't think so. Cockroaches are really bad though. Does is it Dimeticus powder? How do you say that word? Diamitis powder or whatever? Does that work on cockroaches? I mean, you probably shouldn't kill them though, because Twitch chats can get mad at you. Like it's their space. Don't cockroaches need a place to inhabit? Like, what are you doing? You should move, really. You should really learn how to talk to the cockroaches via some science machine, and you can reason with them. Okay, this we can skip. We went to Mars and there was a giant cockroach there. I'd probably ask Elon why he let pirate software on the rocket. Sorry. I try to communicate. Maybe something would be cool.
I'm nothing like you.
I'm sorry. You didn't get the reference to Terraformers? I didn't. I'm sorry. Terraformers is a racist manga? Oh, I thought it was a game where you like have to terraform Mars.
I don't want to do this. I don't want to fight her.
What's the best terraforming Mars game?
And start fighting.
All right, let's see what happens and see if there's anything different here.
No stopping. No stopping ever.
Bonanza? Na 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 na.
The bridge!
Blast! We're trapped.
I've got an idea.
I remember liking terraforming Mars, but I think Per Aspera is better. What are the top 3? Terraforming Mars, Per Aspera, and surviving Mars?
I fear we're done for.
It'll be all right.
Huh?
You know, when I was young, I hated my eyes.
Why?
And now that I'm older, I hate what my body has become. But there's something else there now. Something like pride, you know? I mean, without all this, I couldn't have become your friend. Goodbye, my friends. Thank you for everything.
Does he have the Medusa gaze, Joe? Oh, did he have that forever? No, he didn't have that forever. Sorry, I thought he was talking about like when he was really, really young, before he had the Medusa problem. I guess he was talking about that then, alright.
But now, I have a chance to save something.
No!
Now get going, okay?
Emil.
Don't worry about me. I'm gonna be fine.
Emil! Emil!
Emil!
I think visually this is my favorite scene in the game. It looks really good.
Oh dear. Kaine's so unstable. And
Reminds me of
Vice can't stop
Final
arguing with
Fantasy
people.
FMB scene, actually.
I hope they can hold it together once I'm gone. Well, I Guess they'll just have to learn.
My biggest criticism, my biggest problem with the game is you have to run through multiple times like this to really mush moments start to lose impact. Kind of like if you listen to the same song over and over, eventually you only hear this piece of music in the raw story. Yeah.
See you again.
Yeah. Good observation, Mayo. I agree.
Want to see all of you again. Just one more time. I'm scared. I don't want to die.
Okay, so it cuts to the VN section in the middle of the screen. Interesting change, okay. What if that's intentional? They want you to be very annoyed at the emotional cutscenes by now? I really don't see how that could be, but maybe? I'd be really interested to hear a compelling argument about that. Because that would be interesting as hell.
I'm just here to get to know
I'm in. It's just not for you. Don't need to justify it. Huh? What do you mean? I know what the. Wow, why does it keep happening? Fucking just inhaling and fucking have to cough. I know we're not done with the story yet, but what do you think of Vice's role in the story and the magic in general? I feel like they're both kind of underutilized. I'm really disappointed with the lack of development on that. Yeah, I was expecting more and nothing. Yeah. Yep. I thought Fuse Grade Book would be the second to final boss or something. Too much Forspoken. So in the 12 hours taking to beat the game 2 more times, we've learned almost no additional info. I know, isn't it great? However, it did recontextualize almost the entire game the second time, so I feel like that one gets a pass. I think it's interesting. I think it's not fun, and it is a little boring, but it is interesting. And like we speak about with Pathologic, I'm okay with that sometimes, even most of the time even. But since then, like all of today has been really bad. I think they should let you just skip ahead to certain points or something. Like, I don't know. I really question what we did today. Level 40. It was definitely improved in Automata. Yeah, I remember feeling kind of tedious on Route B in Automata, but then Route C is good. So it is improved, yeah. Joe, can you tell us your guilty pleasure? Rempy games.
How can a mere tool hope to stand against the Shadowlord?
The Shadowlord.
Don't speak in such a manner, fool.
Join the Shadowlord as family. The fact that he's called the Shadowlords by the Shades implies that the Shades named themselves Shades. I guess they did. Would you prefer cutscenes over temporal invulnerability? Yeah, probably, but they would cost money. Like, it's not the worst thing in the world. It's fine. It's not great, but it's not the worst thing. Whoa. You can get behind him?
I have something to defend.
So this is why we have to play the game so many times.
Shadowlord,
I'm the shadow to the shadow now. Okay, so this time we sacrifice ourselves for Kaine, and we see what's different. You defeated Shadowlord within 4 minutes and 20 seconds. The once and final king. Okay, cool. And then Yona just leaves, Lamayo.
Kaine?
I think the point is that he's a very stereotypical evil name. In Japanese, he's called Demon King, which is very played out in villain JRPGs. Yeah, of course, that's the reason. So he's really easy to hate. But the problem is that he named himself that, and his faction named him that too. It would make sense if the humans that hate the Shades call him the Shadowlord, but the Shadowlord also calls himself Shadowlord. That's why it's silly. It's like what? Yeah.
The shade inside me is growing.
But the game is very silly. It's very childish about these sort of things, and yet it still remains to be interesting. So yeah, I'm glad I played this game, but like it's pretty flawed.
Soon, real soon, I'm gonna go berserk.
Needs a remake.
I can't hold it back anymore.
Kaine, you have to fight.
Just shut up and listen.
Shades call themselves Shades, yeah. Well, Shade's not bad. Shadowlord is a whole other thing compared to Shade. Like, they can't go out in the light. They look like shadows. Like, Shade kind of fits. Shadowlord is crazy. Would Shadelord be better? Maybe. Yeah, not maybe. Yeah, it would definitely be better. I still don't think it's great. But yeah, it's a bit better. I don't know. Anyone who's the leader of the faction calling themselves Lord in the position that they're in is kind of cringe to me. But, like, I don't know. Maybe. Maybe I'm misunderstanding the stage that humanity was in when they did this shit. Oh my god, that comes out fast. Seafront doesn't call himself Shadowlord, everyone else does. I mean, the book calls him Shadowlord. Maybe he does. Maybe he doesn't. Maybe you're right. Okay, so now we choose sacrifice. Let's see what happens. Okay, sacrifice your own existence to make Kaine human again. Do, do, do.
You'll disappear from this world. Your sister, your friends, everyone in your life will forget you.
What do you mean?
You and any sign that you ever existed will be erased.
Huh?
But in exchange, Kaine will return to her mortal life.
Well, wait, what the fuck does that mean? How do you have that power? We're doing time travel now? We're doing triangles now? If you choose this option, all your save data will be erased. You sure about this? I'm guessing yes, it's fine. Even if you elect against it this time, you can always return to the selection by clearing the game again. Are you still sure about this? Yeah, sure. All save data will be erased. You can only choose this option once. Are you really sure about this? Yeah, sure. This is your last chance to change your mind. Are you really, really sure about this? Yeah, yep, yep. Enter the name of the player to be erased. This input, would you, yeah, okay, yeah. Why fools? Yeah, okay, yeah, yeah. Put him in the TV, yep. Correct name was entered. All save files will be erased. All save files. You didn't say all of them. Buried the lead a little bit there, bucko. Do you know we need every weapon for this? I'm not sure. Maybe to make it feel like it hurts when you see them all go away. And power cut. If I alt F4 right now, I'm guessing deletion doesn't go into effect until this is over. Should we find out?
Are you all right?
What? What the
Yona?
It was you. The one who helped me, I mean. Wasn't it? Thank you so much.
On the crystal, Yona.
I'm glad you're okay.
What's wrong?
Huh?
I mean, you defeated the Shadowlord and everything, but you don't look happy.
I don't?
This is a lunar tear. How pretty. Are you crying?
Yeah. I guess I am. It's like I just found something special. Something very special.
Okay. So just like with Automata, it's cool that it makes you feel like you're sacrificing something to give something up. Like instead of just being like in universe, like, yeah, do you want to sacrifice something? You're not really feeling that sacrifice with the save file deletion. But in terms of the story that happened here, not really all that impressed. But using the medium like this is really cool. What if you were on a console? I guess with profiles it's fine. What if you're on a console and you and someone else is playing at the same time? Would it delete their save too? That fucking sucks. No, it only deletes the character saves. Oh, does the game itself have profiles when you go into it? It's not even about profiles on the consoles? Okay. Someone should make it so there's a game that gives your computer a virus. Yeah. At the end. Finally a horror game. I just said this a little bit ago, but did playing the second half of the game a third time feel justified? Having to do a third hurt my thoughts on the game. I think it could be 2 runs personally. Yes. Doing it a second time works. It didn't land entirely for me for reasons that we spent too much time talking about earlier. But I see the intent and I appreciate the intent. I respect the intent. And I think it was really interesting. Everything after that was not worth it whatsoever. I don't know. I dislike how little they explained about what's going on when it really felt like they were going to explain a lot. They spent a lot of time setting up and then not a lot with payoff, and it's quite frustrating. It built up a mystery, and instead of doing anything about the mystery, it just became, isn't it bad that certain groups can fight each other? The end. But it used the medium in a unique way to make that point. In a way that's probably better than Last of Us 2 did it. So yeah. Also, it's really easy to overlook the fact that, you know, the game has like really cool ideas when it comes to mixing perspectives, like bullet hell, top down, the Resident Evil Mansion part, which is just kind of weird now when you think about it. Like the VN sections, like it tries to do a lot of different things, and it's very experimental, and I appreciate that. It's pretty cool. But it really wears out its welcome, and it definitely doesn't justify more than 2 playthroughs. The mystery is better explained in the side media. It's the same problem with Automata. Oh, is it? It's not that they don't have the answers, they just do them in the side media. What happens to multi-stream to YouTube? Too much of a hassle? It doesn't work. For I don't know if it's because of YouTube itself or trying to stream both at the same time. It doesn't work. Like YouTube just lags to hell. Better or worse than Silent Hill F? Ooh. I think I might like Silent Hill F a little bit better. Thank you, Terraflop, for the 29 months or 30 months. Hi, Joe. Thanks for the stream and for sharing your thoughts. Hopefully chat didn't put you in too much of a bad mood. I'm fuming. I think you're probably right that the plot isn't that coherent when you examine it closely, but the basic tragic conflict is still very effective on me for some reason. I'd be curious to see the side content. I'm probably, unless there's an easy way to digest it, I'm not sure how I would approach it, but yeah, I'd like some more answers. Like, I don't even know what the Black Scroll is. Someone in chat was saying about, or during the cutscene, the Black Scroll is what happens to a replicant when it spends too long without the Shade Soul to go into it. But Kaine has the Black Scroll, and she has a Shade inside of her. So is it the wrong Shade? Does it have to be the Shade that matches the shell? Stuff like that. I'm guessing a lot of this information is coming from the side content that you can find out about it. So, like, I don't know, like, Like, why does Yona have it when Wyfels doesn't? When it seems like Wyfels has been around for longer? Is it like the time doesn't matter? Like, I don't know. Just there's a lot of shit going on. Like, do the replicants know that they're replicants? Like, how are they reproducing? If they can reproduce, what even are they? If they can't reproduce and they have to use some sort of system, then everyone must know they're artificial, right? Why doesn't anyone talk about that? Does Wyfels know? Like, I don't know. Just very odd. Like, conveniently keeping a bunch of information from you for no real reason, I think. I don't know. Not really happy about that. Thank you to Winterburn or Winterburn for the 3 months. Not sticking around because I'm 20 streams behind, but hope all is well. Hopefully you get to this and hear the thank you in the VOD at some point. Thank you very much. To be fair, we're not done yet. Isn't the next ending? Some people in chat were saying that it was unique to the remake. So in terms of like the complete story, unless there's more, or is there a scene when I hit the button right now? Thanks for playing. It's gone. We can do the Melon Quest now. We can do the Melon Quest now. You're right. How long is it going to take? Someone in chat is saying 2 hours. Some people are saying 3 hours. Some people are saying 1 to 3 hours. If it takes 2 hours tomorrow, we're probably going to have how much fan art do we have tomorrow, Balder? If you're here, is it going to be another 2 hours of fan art tomorrow? 2 hours of fan art tomorrow with the dolls, and then 2 hours of this. So 4 hours. 4 hours max. It might take as long as 4 hours. Just did it earlier today. It took 2 hours for me. But there might be some reading out loud or some talking to Yappa chat. Are you ending stream now? Well, that's what we're deciding right now. Probably are, yeah. Is the flower new? Yes. Why does it have a bunch of numbers after the version? What are those for? It's the square root of 1.5. It's a Yeek reference? Damn. Michael. All right, who's live? Let's get a raid going, and I'll be back tomorrow to either do this or we'll just play Hunter or something tomorrow. We'll probably do this. Just be thorough. Allison with Unbeatable. What's Unbeatable? RT's live? People talking about the shout out from RT. We should raid RT. We haven't raided RT for a long time. We also haven't raided RT since Jetsea as well. Is RT actually live? RT's usually not live when we're done. Yeah? Okay, let's raid RT then. Do you see the shout out I gave you in his latest vid? No, not yet. I heard about it though. The only thing I've watched on YouTube this week is how to make a steak sandwich. And I didn't even make a steak sandwich. I don't even have a steak. I was just learning how to make different versions of steak sandwiches. Joe, how many wolves are inside of you? None. I moved somewhere else. What about your smash burgers? I don't have the thing to make them yet. DMG the funny Yokotar video. Watch in a few months. Sounds good. Thank you. You're mistaken. All right, I'm gonna push right through. I'll see you tomorrow. If not, have a good weekend. Tomorrow's gonna probably be more of this, and then Pathologic on Saturday, and then Metaphor starts on Tuesday, which I am really excited about. Gonna be smooth sailing. Should we return to a pure positivity stream? Bookends? Should we do it? Because this is the last new Persona game we ever get to play. Anyway, see you later. For the subs. All right, see you later. Anyone watching on the VOD?